Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing. Leonard, how are you? It's Thursday, it's April 9th. I know, we're just like the days just go by at this point. But it's Thursday, it's April 9th. We're going to be covering things that happened yesterday because A, breaking news is always hard, and B, I wanted to be able to go and grab everything so we weren't waiting for something, missing something, and just be able to go and bring it all together. For those of you that are not familiar with who we are talking about, what we are talking about, or this case, I'm going to do an overview, but there is a lot to get through from yesterday's plea hearing of Rex Heuermann, aka the Long Island serial killer. You will also hear him referred to as LISK. And this plea is fairly shocking to me, but also not. I mean, at some point, there is an overwhelming amount of evidence. And so you look at a defendant and are like, okay, are we going to go to trial on this? The fact that they added another victim prior to the plea is interesting to me. I'm glad that they did it. And as we get through covering this today, we're going to get a lot more information. So for those of you that are not familiar with this case, I'm going to do an overview. Just know that as we get into the press conference from the district attorney, I have not listened to the press conference, but as I was looking through who was present, a lot of family members of victims are present. I imagine there will be some, not impact statements, but statements from victims' family. Those are always heavy and sad and, emotional, as they should be. I mean, of course they are. It is people sharing the most horrific thing that's happened to them. And so we will be getting into that towards the end. The courts in New York are quirky. I'm going to let the court explain that to us as we go into the plea hearing in court. We're going to look at the defense press conference, the defendant's ex-wife's statements, and then the very extended press conference with the district attorney that I think will explain more. So we're going to go through all of that today. So we're going to roll the intro. We're going to do just a very brief overview because, again, a lot of it's going to be covered. Some of you, I'm sure, have a ton of knowledge about this case. Some of you are like, what are we even talking about? Some of you might be like, oh, wait, I remember that now. No matter where you're at, it's fine. For those of you that watched any of this yesterday, as always, thank you for no spoilers. I appreciate it. And that's what we're going to do. So that's what we're doing today. As always, impact statements are hard. You know, when we get into the press conference for the district attorney, that's when we're getting to them. But we are getting into a plea hearing. And I don't think we've covered anyone that's actually been classified as a serial killer. And this will be a first. This case was supposed to go to trial later this year and is not going to trial because of this plea. We're going to hear more about the details of the plea deal from court, so I'm going to wait for that. Let's roll the intro. Let's give a brief overview, and then let's get into it. Good morning, Leonards. I went and got coffee this morning. It was one of those days. It was one of those days. I went and got coffee this morning. Let me know where you're coming from, what you're drinking, snacking on. I got water too. We got water too. But today we're going to New York. It's been a minute because New York hates cameras in the courtroom, apparently. So, been a minute. Let's go. That's not the intro. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening, no law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Emily, what are we talking about today? We are going through the plea hearing and then the statements from participants in the plea hearing with regard to Rex Heuermann, who you might have heard referred to as the Long Island serial killer. LISK is the abbreviation for that, or the Gilgo Beach murders. There, I think some of the victims are referred to as a grouping because they were located prominently all around the same time in 2010, though the murders in this case go back to 1993. They are similar in type. The victims are of similar, look and build. The things you would expect with a serial killer case, where the patterns are pretty noted and significant, are present in this case. He was not arrested until 2023. So in, I think, 2010, as they were starting to recover remains, they were able to track backwards to the cases that will that tie together in this case. There have been books, documentaries, there have been podcasts and more. There has been lots of conversation around this case, especially since between a significant number of victims being located, and they found a number of remains and then expanded the search and found more remains. And that was, I imagine, locally quite terrifying and left a lot of questions, because they were clearly, though not all from the same period of time, very connected to one another in manner of death, disposal, etc. So when you look at the time period between 2010, 2011 to 2023, there was a lot that changed in the world, a lot that changed in DNA, and a lot that changed in technology. And ultimately, there were a number of things that led them to the defendant in this case, but they grabbed his DNA off a discarded crust of pizza. He was from everything I've read, a fairly prominent architect in New York City, living on Long Island. So with that, we will see. Motion to Snark said there's no way he stopped in 93. No, started in 93. I think the killings went through, well, they are alleging that the killings went through 2010. I do not know if they will later connect cases prior to 93 and after 2010, but that's going to be part of the plea. So we're not going to talk about that just yet. We'll get there. But I think there is some question about whether or not there are other victims here that can be brought into this case. But here's the reality of that. He is pleading to 8 homicides. We're going to hear about the plea deal. He is at this point 61 years old and is going to be spending the rest of his life in prison. So I think there is a lot of need to connect him to other cases if there are other cold cases that he is responsible for, because the victims' families deserve to at least have an answer. Not having an answer is horrific for families. Having an answer is important. And so even if those aren't going to be prosecuted, I think having an answer is still necessary. And there would be no real cause to continue to prosecute him if he's doing life plus life plus life plus life plus all. So that is what we are going to do today. So we are going to go to court from yesterday. We're going to go to a bunch of press conferences from yesterday, and we are going to talk about it as we continue on. Ms. Scarlett said it's an unlikely gap in time. There were killings throughout that period of time from 1993 to 2010. There are 8 victims here, and that is a span of time, not they happened here and then they happened here. But again, there are going to be many of you in the chat that know much more about this case than I do. I'm speaking just directly to my friend Candace. Hey, Candace. But a lot of you know more about this case than I do. When I look at cases, I will deep dive into fraudy fraud cases. I do not always deep dive into people that are hunting other people. I have no judgment. I just worked as a criminal prosecutor for too long, and the fraud cases are where my interest lies in those patterns. The patterns of serial killers are not where my brain goes first. So there are some of you who are going to find those patterns in behavior much more interesting. So I understand that, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. But there is a level of terror that comes with these unsolved serial killer cases that really holds a community hostage a little bit, and it impacts people. And it is something that impacts the way people move around in the world differently than like fraud cases. So because this is not going to trial, and because I was waiting to see if this was going to go to trial or not and keeping an eye on it, when I saw rumblings that there was going to be a plea, I'm like, that's interesting. And then when I saw more rumblings that there was going to be a plea, I'm like, okay, that's really interesting. And now there's a civil lawsuit that I am very interested in. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on a civil lawsuit where one of the family members or one of the surviving family members is suing, I believe it's a child, that is suing the defendant's ex-wife. And that I am also interested in, because we have not seen a lot of lawsuits like that. We saw the Petito Laundry lawsuit where a surviving family member is suing a defendant's family member. But it's interesting to see those lawsuits are often seeking answers more so than necessarily remuneration. So we'll have to see. But we're not diving into that today, but it's something that I've kept an eye on, because the civil case is within the last few days, that wrongful death case. And I'm interested to see what happens there. So with all of that, thank you for no spoilers, because we are going to have every level of knowledge about this case in the chat. And today we're going to focus on what we learn in court and in press conferences, etc. Sound good, law nerds? All right. I think with that, we should fly to New York. The civil case is something that I've put on the docket. It is something that we are going to come back to. There is a civil case going on in the adjacent to the Koberger case there's a lot on the docket of like, we need to circle back because we were in trial. So this is on the civil docket of we need to circle back. It's there aren't a lot of cases like that. And so we will see. So let's fly to New York. Then we're going to go to court. And that's what we're going to do. So let me pull up the court hearing real fast. You're going to hear the background noises of court as we get that pulled up. And we're going to go to court first. So again, we're flying to New York. This is yesterday in court, and that's where we're going. Buckle up, law nerds. You ready? We're going back to court. And just as a note, if anyone says, Emily, the date on the plea hearing is wrong, I am putting the date up that it happened, because people will come in to chat after I've given the intro and been like, oh my God, that was from yesterday. Yes, we have acknowledged it is from yesterday. We were busy yesterday. We were busy. We were busy yesterday. We did this. Some of you are asking which airport we're flying into. I'm going to start controversy. I live in Tennessee. I like LaGuardia. I know JFK has more shit. I like flying into LaGuardia. I do. It's so easy. The new Delta Lounge is great. I do. I like flying into LaGuardia. That's what it is. You guys let me know. You let me know. It's so easy. It's so easy to fly into LaGuardia. JFK has some cool shit, but like, if I don't have to, I'm not going to. Some of you are saying the runway is short. The planes that I'm flying on from Tennessee to LaGuardia are much smaller, so it's not been a problem for me. If I was like flying international and flying into JFK and not having to leave the airport, like if I was going through JFK, that would be fine. But having to leave JFK, no thank you. No thank you. So I always fly into little planes, but if I have to leave the airport, LaGuardia is my choice. LaGuardia is my choice. For now. Everybody's like, no. You fly to Islip on Long Island. But whenever I fly to New York, I have to get into Manhattan. And I get car sick getting from freaking LaGuardia to Manhattan. I don't know, trying to get all the way into downtown from Long Island seems like it would be challenging. I don't know. I've never tried it. Maybe we try it next time. I go to Newark, but I don't go to Newark when I'm going to New York. I go to New York when I'm going to Jersey. So when I'm going to Jersey, Newark is it. 10 out of 10. Well, that's not true. Sometimes I go through Philly. Either way, we don't need Emily's travel advice. Emily's travel advice is not to be taken seriously. I end up in the wrong state sometimes. So that's not what I meant to do. Let's go to court. Everybody's like, what are we doing? Let's go to court. Some of you are like, landing in LaGuardia is a no. I've landed in some airports. LaGuardia does not freak me out. Driving in New York makes me motion sick, but LaGuardia does not freak me out. Are we ready? Yes, yes. All right. Let us go to court. Immediately, there is a handheld camera. There's nothing I can do. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do with that. It is a handheld camera. It is going to zoom. It is going to zoom around. It does it. It's one person. Just what a camera.
Show your motion on the record.
That is.
Yes. Is it? You want this, Tommy? Is this something?
There we go. Counsel's talking to the.
You probably want to grab. I don't know.
Counsel's talking to the deputies.
Oh, is it?
This is defense counsel.
Justin, this device on the rail is the microphone.
So we could zoom, but I always like the interestingness of what's going on in court. I'm always interested in all the like before the judge takes the bench of everybody doing their stuff. Hopefully y'all are also interested.
Me? No, I don't.
Come to order, please. Remain seated at this time.
All right, judge is coming in. The gavels are me. And there is the court.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Number 8, Rex Heuermann, trial control.
Emily, what did they call? Rex Heuermann trial control. This was a pre-trial hearing. Yes, the media knew that that Heuermann was going to take a plea. That was well known, but it was a trial control hearing because this was supposed to be going to trial shortly.
Mike, don't bring him out yet.
The court's saying don't bring the defendant out yet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, the court is in receipt of numerous applications from media and press agencies seeking permission to video record.
I'm going to try to make this louder.
And photograph today's proceedings. The court is mindful of the significant public interest in this matter and the important role of the press in.
I'm going to try to make this a little louder because it is not loud enough for me. The judge has a prepared statement about the media. The judge has a prepared statement about the media and like a Staples easy button. Does he hit that was easy button during court? I have so many questions. I'm going to try to gain this up a little bit. But he has a typed statement about the media. Oh, buckle up.
Before we proceed, the court is in receipt of numerous applications from media and press agencies seeking permission to video record and photograph today's proceedings. The court is mindful of the significant public interest in this matter and the important role of the press in ensuring transparency and public access to judicial process.
That's not better.
At the same time, the court must ensure full compliance with the New York law governing media coverage of court proceedings, and the court is duty-bound to safeguard the integrity of these proceedings. The court has been made aware that the defendant may enter a guilty plea here today, which was probably the worst-kept secret in this building in the last couple of days.
That's fair.
Under applicable law and rules, audiovisual coverage, including video recording and still photography, is prohibited during portions of the proceeding in which a sworn testimony is taken.
That's annoying.
Relevant to here, a defendant's plea allocution constitutes testimonial evidence as it involves sworn statements made by a defendant admitting to the facts underlying the charges. Accordingly, the court will permit limited...
Emily, what did the judge just say? That New York law prohibits the recording of any sworn statement. that includes the plea allocution. Ugh. Well, that makes sense. And the plea allocution includes the defendant swearing in and giving an allocution. Okay.
Video recording and still photography is prohibited during portions of the proceeding in which a sworn testimony is taken. Relevant to here, a defendant's plea allocution constitutes testimonial evidence as it involves sworn statements made by a defendant admitting to the facts underlying the charges. Accordingly,
We're going to listen to that one more time because a lot of you are like, what does he mean? What he means is there will not be cameras. There will not be cameras to the plea allocution, which constitutes a sworn statement because it constitutes the defendant giving a statement. That's what he's saying.
testimony is taken.
I rewound that one more time.
Relevant to here, a defendant's plea allocution constitutes testimonial evidence as it involves sworn statements made by a defendant admitting to the facts underlying the charges. Accordingly, the court will permit limited media access as follows. One pool video camera news from News 12, one pool still photographer from Newsday will be allowed to record and photograph the proceedings up to, but not including, the commencement of the defendant's plea allocution.
So they are allowing media coverage up to the plea allocution. Okay.
At the point where the defendant is sworn and begins allocuting to the charges, all audio-visual coverage must cease, and the court will direct the court officers to escort the two camera persons out of the well. The court has conferenced this matter with counsels to both
The bailiffs are going to escort the cameras out of the courtroom. Wow.
parties and with representatives of the two press agencies as to the limited scope of coverage of this proceeding. Both counsels, is this your understanding, first of all, yes?
It is.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and do you have any objections to what I've just said?
We don't take a position.
You don't take a position either, Your Honor. Thank you.
Both camera persons, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Carbone, have been expressly advised that they are under order of the court to immediately disseminate the videos and photographs that are obtained herein to any and all members of accredited media agencies upon their request. Like any other case, no one else here or in the overflow courtroom is permitted to film, tape, audio record, photograph, or otherwise record today's proceedings. This determination reflects the court's effort to balance the public's right of access with the legal requirement prohibiting coverage of testimonial proceedings, as well as the need to preserve the fairness, dignity, and orderly administration of justice. All right, gentlemen, I understand that.
Did you see that typed up statement? That was a very typed up statement where the judge is just like, this is what I'm going to tell you. So they are allowing the cameras in until there is a sworn plea allocution, which is the judge's, I guess, compromise with the law in the state of New York, which sounds like it is statutory, which means the legislature would have to change it. But that is wild. That is wild that is the law, that sworn testimony. I'm really interested in what the legislative history of that is, but sworn testimony cannot be shown. Okay, well, let's continue.
Circumstances have changed in this case.
That's correct, Your Honor.
People?
This is the
Your Honor,
prosecutor.
it is the understanding of the District Attorney's Office that the defendant will plead guilty to 7 counts in the indictment, specifically counts 1 through 3 and counts 7 through 10. Counts 4.
I don't need to take that. Should we bring the defendant out, please?
Bring the defendant out now.
Very good.
The defense attorney's like, are we gonna bring out the defendant? Because that like matters. This is like a necessary part of the prosecution. Let's just back that up. This is the elected DA of the county, not just the prosecutor on the case.
The District Attorney's Office that the defendant will plead guilty to 7 counts in the indictment, specifically counts 1 through 3 and counts 7 through 10. Counts 4.
I don't need to take that. Should we bring the defendant out, please?
Bring the defendant out now.
Yeah, the defendant should have been out before that started. The court should have done that. It's important. The defendant has to be there for critical stages. They'll restart it. And the DA, I think, will go on to explain what the counts are. that are being pled to. Adele said, is court that small or is it the camera angle? It's my understanding that this is a very small courtroom and it was standing room only. It was a packed courtroom because there are numerous victims. He is pleading to 7 murders.
Just let me know.
He is pleading to 7
Just
victims
let me know.
and then admitting to an 8th. So between families and the task force and the media,
Not Judge.
it's a packed courtroom. They're bringing the defendant in street clothes.
On the record with number 8, Rex Heuermann, parties are steering to.
We're going to do the waivers first, okay? For the defendant, Michael Brown, 320 Carlton Avenue, Central Islip, New York. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Brown. As I was beginning to say,
Appearances.
it is the understanding of the District Attorney's Office that the defendant will
Appearances for the record, counsel. The defense attorney gave his name. Okay.
plead guilty to 7 counts in the indictment, specifically counts 1 through 3 and counts 7 through 10. Counts 4 through 6 will be dismissed in satisfaction at the time of the defendant's sentencing. In addition to allocuting to and admitting his factual guilt to all elements of counts 1 through 3 and 7 through 10 of the indictment, the defendant further agrees that although he has not been charged with this crime, he will admit as part of his plea that he intentionally caused the death of Karen Brigada and transported and left her remains in Suffolk County in 1996. The district attorney...
That was a uncharged at this time victim. There was a lot of conversation about whether the murder of Karen Brigada in 1996 would be charged or not. It's not being charged, but it is being admitted to. So that, again, he is admitting to what he did to each of the victims, etc. So for those of you commenting on how tall he is, I believe he's over 6'4". He is actually a tall human, not a Banfield-sized human. He is a tall human.
The attorney's office agrees that in exchange for the defendant pleading guilty to counts 1 through 3 and counts 7 through 10 of the indictment and admitting to the uncharged murder of Karen Brigada, the district attorney's office recommends the following sentence. Counts 1 through 3, murder in the first degree, the maximum sentence of life imprisonment without parole to run consecutive to each other. Count 7 through 10, the maximum sentence of 25 years to life imprisonment to run consecutive to one another and with the sentences on counts 1 through 3. To summarize the foregoing sentence, the defendant agrees to serve 3 consecutive...
So, again, not that it matters, but if it matters, the defendant is agreeing to murder 1, life without parole on counts 1 through 3. So 3 consecutive life sentences. And then on counts 7 through 10, 25 to life. So it would be life plus life plus life plus 25 to life plus 25 to, and continuing. All. So it's basically sentenced to all.
Consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole regarding counts 1 through 3, followed by 4 consecutive sentences of 25 years imprisonment to life to run consecutive to one another. Should the defendant allocute to the murder of Karen Brigada, the defendant's guilty plea and this plea agreement will satisfy and cover the uncharged homicide of Karen Brigada. In exchange for all of the above pleas, there will be no further prosecutions pertaining to the murders of the aforementioned 8 victims: Karen Brigada, Valerie Mack, Jessica Taylor, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. The defendant will acknowledge both orally and in writing that he has received voluminous and sufficient discovery to make an informed decision regarding his plea here today. The defendant will further waive any objections to the district attorney's compliance with Article 245 of the Criminal Procedure Law. The defendant has also agreed to withdraw all motions currently pending before this court. As set forth in the written waiver of right to appeal, the defendant agrees to waive his right to appeal, which includes the court's prior hearing determination, as well as any claim that the sentence imposed by this court is excessive. The defendant further acknowledges that he's been fully apprised by his attorneys of the rights and privileges that he is waiving, and that his waiver is being agreed to knowingly and voluntarily and made for the purpose of receiving the benefit of not being charged with the murder of Karen Vergata or any other charges related to the deaths of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, Amber Costello, Valerie Mack, Jessica Taylor, and Sandra Castilla. Finally, counts 4, 5, and 6 will be dismissed in satisfaction at the time of sentencing. And I believed in the beginning, with regard to the 8 victims, I inadvertently left out Sandra Castilla.
The defense is going to do a press conference after this. We will go to that. A lot of you are asking, why would he take this plea deal? One of the things that is on my mind with that is that he does have a, well, now ex-wife and child, and sparing them all of the details of this case going to trial might be a part of that consideration, might not, but he is admitting to a unadded homicide that, I mean, would have been added, and is getting the benefit of not having that added and truly not having all of this public. That is a benefit here. So we'll see. But I'm interested to see what the defense has to say about that. I haven't seen what the defense had to say about that. And the waiver of appeal is a huge factor for the prosecutors. The waiver of appeal is a massive factor for the prosecutors.
Mr. Brown?
Judge, can he be uncuffed for a moment just to sign certain documents?
Sarge?
Yes, Judge. All right, Rex, I'm going to sign this. I'm going to sign right here, please. This is the...
Oh, gosh. I don't know what that was. Somebody, I think the defense attorney ran his head into the microphone. I know a lot of you are commenting on the man's haircut. I don't know.
Not yet.
But it would have to be a haircut.
Thank you. Okay. That's it.
Other options aren't allowed in custody.
Judge, that's our understanding. I'll be joining that application.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Heuermann, before I swear you in and the elocution is taken, I have some questions to ask of you. There are
Really, with the printer? Do we need the printer? Do we really need the printer? The printer, why? The court staff's just like, we got to do our work, man. I'm like, but the microphones.
obvious and simple questions, but I have to ask them, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
62.
Do you read and write English?
Yes.
Have you discussed this case with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
Have you had enough time to discuss this case with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
After discussions with your lawyer, you feel it's in your best interest to plead guilty rather than go to trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the manner in which your attorneys represented you in this case?
Yes, I am.
I must say that the attorneys on both sides of this case have been excellent, unbelievable lawyers. Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a charge, that is the same as if you had gone to trial and been found guilty of that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're waiving a number of very important rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, now these rights include your right to a trial by jury or by the court, your right to have the prosecution produce evidence and witnesses to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, your right to cross-examine those witnesses, and your right to testify on your own behalf or to remain silent, your right to call witnesses or submit evidence on your behalf. Do you understand those rights as I've just explained?
Camera, what are we doing?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up those rights?
Yes, I do.
All right, now a defendant ordinarily retains the right to appeal even after pleading guilty. In this case, however, as a condition of the plea agreement, you are asked to waive your right to appeal. An appeal is a proceeding before another court, and if a defendant cannot afford the cost of an appeal or of a lawyer, the state will bear those costs. On an appeal, the defendant may, normally through his or her lawyer, argue that an error took place in this court which required a modification or a reversal of the conviction. A reversal would require either new proceedings in this court or a dismissal. By waiving your right to appeal, you do not give up your right to take an appeal. But if you take an appeal, you are by this plea, and now separately by this waiver of the right to appeal, giving up the right to have the appellate court consider most claims of error, including, for example, rulings on evidence, discovery, suppression, and any pretrial motions, and whether this sentence is harsh or excessive and should be modified. You understand that?
Yes, I
And
do.
your attorney's explained this to you?
Yes, he
And
has.
Mr. Brown, may I ask you at this point, are you, with respect to the motion pending,
We're gonna withdraw that motion.
application?
You know, just admitting to 8 murders like it's, you know, a Tuesday. Just these are all the plea waivers. These are standard plea waivers. If it sounds like the judge is reading a script, the judge is not reading a script. The judge probably has that script memorized, but yes, it is a script that is said in every single plea. And so the plea waivers are fairly standard and are done the same way in every single plea, which the judge probably does multiple times a day. And then the waiver of appeal is the different part of that. That's not done in every case. We saw that done in the Koberger case. It is an important part of a plea deal, especially when you are dealing with significant homicide cases, because you don't want all of this. You don't want all of this to be for nothing and for the case to get older and then have it overturned on appeal and have witnesses gone, have memories fade and things like that. So the waiver of appeal is a big part of this.
Granted.
Thank you.
Are you willing to waive your right to appeal in this case in return for the plea and sentence agreement?
Yes.
Do you waive your right to appeal voluntarily of your own free will?
Yes, I do.
Are you entering this plea bargain voluntarily of your own free will?
Yes, I am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you into pleading guilty?
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcohol right now?
No.
Are you under the influence of any substance which has impaired your ability to think clearly or understand what's going on here today?
No.
You understand that by pleading guilty, you're waiving any defenses you may have for this case?
Yes, I do.
Now, do you understand, again, an obvious question, but I have to ask it. Do you understand that as a result of this plea and sentence, you will be convicted of a felony and that such conviction will result in an enhanced sentence if you are convicted of a felony in the future? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right.
And Chad, if
Mr.
you're
Brown,
asking
again,
how can he be convicted of a felony in the future, it can happen. Crimes that are committed in custody are still prosecuted. I'm not saying that would or would not happen here, but that can happen. If he is kept separate from everyone else, it's much less likely, but it can happen. Most recently, Keefe D, who's being prosecuted in Vegas, was prosecuted for and convicted of a assault in prison. So it can happen, but he is not going to be prosecuted by this DA's office for any other crimes unless they are things that happen in custody, because he's never going to be out of custody again.
Another silly question, but have you received a sufficient amount of discovery in this matter?
Certainly have.
And people, have you provided that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, my promise is to sentence you in a manner that is conditional. At the time of your sentencing, I will be provided with a pre-sentence report and perhaps additional information about you and your alleged involvement in this matter. If after reviewing all the relevant information, I learned something which tells me that I cannot in good conscience keep my promise, I shall permit you to withdraw your plea of guilty, reinstate your plea of not guilty, and the case will proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Additionally, my promise is also conditional on the following things. You must cooperate with the probation department. You must not be arrested for any offense in this or any other jurisdiction. Finally, you must appear on the date I set for sentencing or any adjourned date. If you fail to abide by any of these conditions, I will not be bound by my sentencing promise to you, and you will not be permitted to withdraw your guilty plea. Further, I'll be at liberty to sentence you to any appropriate sentence, including the maximum sentence allowed by law. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Now,
You're going
other
to
than the
prison
promise
forever.
that was placed on the record by the people, has anyone, myself, your
We're not
lawyer,
allowed
the
to put you under the
prosecutor, or
prison.
anyone else made any promises to you in return for your plea of guilty?
The only thing I want to interject, Judge, Mr. Tierney has indicated in exchange for the pleas that we're going to enter into this morning, there'll be no further prosecutions on the 8 victims that he's referenced. He is also, my client is also obligated to completely, truthfully, and fairly cooperate with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Behavioral Analysis Unit as part of what we've just discussed.
This is incredibly interesting to me. I'm going to back that up real quick. He won't be prosecuted for any other crimes connected to these 8 victims, but he is being required and has agreed to work with the FBI profiling unit, because I'm sure they want to study him. But I imagine he also wants the attention. So he has agreed to work with the profiling unit of the FBI, which is a really, really interesting part of this plea that is unusual. Interesting.
For the pleas that we're going to enter into this morning, there'll be no further prosecutions on the 8 victims that
I rewound it.
referenced. He is also, my client is also obligated to completely, truthfully, and fairly cooperate with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Behavioral Analysis Unit as part of what we've just discussed,
Any other promises made to you?
other than what I've just said.
No.
Are you pleading guilty voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
All right, we're going to swear in the defendant now. Remove.
And the court says, we're going to swear in the defendant now, remove the cameras. And before the judge even said, finish saying, remove the cameras, it was gone. Gone. Remove the cameras. So we did not get to see the rest of that plea, but the prosecutor, I believe, will talk about that more, but I have not watched the press conference. I would expect, I guess I should say, that they will talk about that more, but he went through and admitted to each of those murders and admitted to murder by strangulation, admitted to when he committed those murders as part of his allocution. So it was a factual basis where the prosecutor said essentially, do you admit that you killed this victim? Yes. What method did you use to kill this victim? Made him answer strangulation, etc. So they went through that in the plea and allocution that we did not see. So we are going to go to the defense press conference after the plea was taken, or the pleas were taken. We're going to then go to a brief statement by the ex-wife, because I saw that it happened, and so we're going to find out what that's about. So let's go to our next part of this, the defense.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, the defense statements after court, and then we will go finally to the prosecution's statement. Let me make sure I close out this other video so that my live stream doesn't start auto playing after the end of the video, because it sure popped up there at the end. So let's go to the defense press conference after court and see what the defense has to say. Let's go.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for coming. As you saw
At least it's louder.
today, Rex entered pleas of guilty to many counts on the indictment. When we first spoke almost or over 2.5 years ago,
You maintained his innocence.
I stressed the importance of a couple of things: the presumption of innocence, the right to have a jury of your peers decide your fate. And those are absolute rights. But just the same, a defendant also has an absolute right to change his plea, to accept responsibility and enter a plea of guilty. Now, as attorneys, we've counseled him, we've advised him, but that decision is ultimately up to the defendant. He controls his case, and that's his prerogative, that's his right, and that's what happened here today. When Rex decided that he wanted to accept responsibility and didn't want to proceed to trial, from a defense standpoint, we then pivoted and did our best to protect his interest. That included the fact that he's going to cooperate with the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Behavioral
He's brought that up
Analysis Unit.
twice now.
And as you heard the district attorney, there will be no further prosecutions in regards to these 8 victims. The district attorney's
what
office.
else would they prosecute with regard to these? What else? I wonder what else there is. But transportation. I don't know what else you would prosecute if you've already prosecuted the murder one, but they are saying that they are not going to. But it's interesting to me that the defense attorney has now brought up twice that he is going to be working with working with the FBI behavioral analysis unit. Interesting.
Of Suffolk County did an excellent job. I'll commend them. They deserve all the accolades. I've been reviewing this case for over 2.5 years. I can't express to you, and I know we've talked about it on many different dates, the volume of evidence and discovery. They did a great job. They really did a great job of gathering the evidence. They went down hundreds of rabbit holes.
I don't think I've ever seen a defense attorney stand up in a press conference and compliment law enforcement. This might be new for me. We're gonna back this up. That's interesting.
Accolades. I've been reviewing this case for over 2.5 years. I can't express to you, and I know we've talked about it on many different dates, the volume of evidence and discovery. They did a great job. They really did a great job of gathering the evidence, they went down hundreds of rabbit holes. And when you look at the amount of evidence and you connect the dots, they really did a great job. And I'm talking about the investigators, the detectives, their experts, the assistant district attorney.
So what you're saying is this was an absolutely slam dunk prosecution and law enforcement did an incredible job.
Attorneys. So I'm sure that the families of the victims are very grateful to the district attorney, and the people of this county should be as well. This was an unprecedented case, and I can tell you that I am very fortunate to have had a legal team that helped me on this over the course of the last 2.5 years. I don't know where Mr. Capone is, and Mr. Fuchs. They are excellent writers, and we battled this from day one, and we were prepared from day one to try this case. Chase Brown has been an excellent help in terms of everything we've been doing. He is a rising star in this county, and my co-pilot Danielle Koish, she really put together that Fry hearing. That was such a monumental hearing here in New York State, and she's organized and came up with such crafty arguments during the course of this case. So I'm really grateful for their help. We really were, in my opinion, zealous. We did our best to be competent and effective during the course of this prosecution and the defense. 100%. One of the things that I was very mindful of and made a deliberate point is we attacked the evidence. We never attacked these young ladies, these victims. That was never our objective. We never said a bad word about them, and they ran into some tough times. They were all beautiful young ladies. Their mothers, their daughters, their sisters, I can go on, but it was never about attacking them. It was always about attacking the evidence.
I mean, that's fair.
So I think that this today gave hopefully some peace and some closure to the family members. This case is over from our standpoint. You heard the prosecutor indicate there will be no further prosecutions in exchange for his plea of guilty, as well as his cooperation with the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Behavioral Analysis Unit. I respect the press and their role in the criminal justice system, so I'm happy to take some questions to the best that I can at this point.
Was there a specific change and when?
The first question I'm hearing shouted out by the press is what changed and when. I think that it's interesting to see him talking about how thorough the investigation was. I wonder if that's also a little bit of a signal as to why there was a plea here. So I think that is interesting to note that the investigation was good, the DAs did a great job, and that they are done with this case from their end. There is, mountains of evidence. There is a plea deal. There is no appeal. And it is, we attacked the evidence because that is our job. And this chapter is closed.
That's what we're trying to
Yeah, well, I can't give you our conversations that are confidential, but I will say to you that there came a point in this defense where Rex said, I want to plead guilty. And it was at that point when
I won't give you our client communications, but there's a point where our client communicated to us, I want to plead guilty. Interesting.
financial, but I will
backed
say
that
to you
up.
that there came a point in this defense where Rex said, I want to plead guilty. And it was at that point when we really had an objective of protecting his interests.
Sure, but can you give us some
I can't,
timeline on
no,
when that?
no, because that's all
Interesting.
confidential. I'm not going to get into the time frame.
Is he cooperating with the FBI?
I'm sorry?
Has he spoken to ASA?
Has he spoken to Asa? I don't know. You'd have to ask Asa.
Mike, can you talk a
Asa is the ex-wife.
little bit about the parameters of the FBI cooperation? Because we couldn't really hear you on the mic well when you...
The media is asking about the parameters of his cooperation with
The FBI!
when you mentioned that in court. And what does that mean for a potential federal prosecution of Rex, if at all?
Yeah,
That's the question
I'm
we
not
wanna
at liberty
hear.
to discuss any of that. All I can say is he has an obligation to cooperate fully and completely with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Behavioral Analysis Unit. I can't get into anything further.
right.
Anybody-
That means for him to fully cooperate. Here's the between the lines on that. From my speculation, hear me, because if I see all of you saying EDB said, here's my read between the lines on this. Maybe we'll find out more, but here's my read between the lines on this. He is agreeing to fully cooperate with the FBI profiling unit. That means that he is going to get immunity so that he can fully discuss everything and it cannot be used to prosecute him federally. There would also not be a lot of point of prosecuting him federally. He is getting, 3 consecutive life sentences plus 4 consecutive 25 to life sentences. So there isn't a lot of need. He is never getting out of custody. There are no appellate rights. So they may connect other victims to him, but there is no point in prosecuting him for those victims. He might be able to then say, yes, these are other victims, and their families can have that door closed, but he's never getting out of custody again. But he can't fully cooperate with the behavioral analysis unit without talking about all of his crimes. So I imagine there will be a federal immunity deal that will be brokered if it has not already been brokered so that he can fully cooperate, because he cannot fully cooperate without an immunity deal, especially because there is a likelihood, just based on my information about this case, that there are other victims that may be connected to him. I don't think those will be prosecuted. Immunity, allow for some closure, and allow them to figure out what he was thinking. And I speculate that he wants to tell the whole story. He wants people to think, oh, how did you do this? How did you do this? How did you evade detection? I imagine that there is a benefit in that for him as well, because he wants to be able to talk about all that he did and have books written about it and be studied. And so that is a big benefit to him. So continuing on, that is my speculation on this, that to fully cooperate with the feds, there will need to be federal immunity, so he's not prosecuted federally. And we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
This plea comes sometime after the judge ruled on DNA. Was that part of the calculation, that there was just another obstacle
I
in the
bet
way
it was.
to try to prove his innocence versus pleading guilty?
The media said this plea is coming after the judge ruled about the DNA. Did that play a factor here? I bet it did.
Well, we don't have to prove innocence, obviously.
Well, not
It's
prove
about,
innocence.
but I understand your question. Yeah, I mean, listen, there are a couple of things that were major decisions in this case from a strategic standpoint for the defense, in terms of likelihood of success at trial, so to speak. The The judge's ruling on the Fry hearing was monumental. Yes, that's a big deal because if you remember, you have
Monumental.
mitochondrial DNA and the statistical likelihood is not that great. I feel like I'm a broken record, but that was 2.5 years ago. We talked about that. But once that nuclear DNA comes into play, those statistics, as portrayed by this expert, the Astrea lab, they're off the charts. So that's a major part of how successful you're going to be at trial. Another major part is our motion to sever, which Ms. Koish wrote a great motion on that because we didn't think, we suggested that the cumulative effect would have been so overwhelming, and the court disagreed with us, and the court permitted all of the counts in the indictment to remain together. That's a big, big win for the prosecution.
Mr. Brown, you
Yes.
yourself told us many times that you believed he was not the guy. When did your thoughts on that change?
I mean,
Well-
he's a defense attorney, though. He's a defense attorney, though. For those of you asking, and many of you are, Emily, what's a Fry hearing? It's a Daubert hearing. It's a Daubert hearing. So it's a Daubert hearing under a different case. So the Fry hearing is, it's been a minute, is I think a bit stricter of a standard than Daubert. Fry is the case law that they do that in California under. Daubert is what they use in some of the, like Daubert Lanigan is what you've heard in Massachusetts. So it is about the expert methodology and the underlying science that the expert is using. So when they have a Fry hearing, and he's talking about a Fry hearing with mitochondrial DNA, the Fry hearing regarding mitochondrial DNA is going to be, this is not reliable, this is not proven, et cetera, et cetera. So hopefully that helps. So that's what a Fry hearing is, regarding not lunch or delicious snackies, but regarding the scientific evidence, in this case, the DNA, and talking about the mitochondrial DNA. He's like that, the loss on that hearing was, what did he say? Monumental. I was looking at my notes. He said monumental. That's a big deal.
My thoughts aren't important. At some point, he admitted responsibility to us and indicated that he wanted to proceed to trial. So I don't sit there and judge a case. Our objective and our job is to be zealous advocates for the client, right? That's what we do. We do it on every single case. A good lawyer is going to advocate for their client. That's what we've been doing from day one. My beliefs, and it's insignificant.
Mr. Brown,
Yes, sir.
The hearing is often, these kinds of hearings are so clinical. Can you give us an understanding of his mindset coming in and whether he, without betraying confidences, may have said something that indicated a particular way he was
The
thinking?
media's like, hey, can you give us a peek into his mindset? And without betraying confidence, can you tell us what he said? I imagine we're going to hear more from this defendant. I really do.
Feeling about this?
You're talking about this morning?
Yeah.
Well, this is not something that nothing has been done from the hip. We don't shoot from the hip on this case. This case, every
Of
single
course, you
decision
can't.
we've made has been calculated and thought out, and we've thrown it around hundreds of times. And the reason I say that is, we've been speaking to him and preparing him for today, and that's been ongoing for weeks.
Right.
I would hope so.
Has
I
he
mean,
expressed remorse?
I expect at sentencing he'll have something to say. I'll leave it at that.
Was it a sense of
They asked if he expressed remorse, and he said, I imagine at sentencing he will have something to say.
relief, you think, for him to
I do.
admit this today?
I do. I think that was a huge sense of relief for him.
He's relieved.
I can't, I'm not in his position, obviously, and I never will be. But when you have that type of in your head and on your body, and just, yeah, I think by admitting it, I think it's cathartic to some extent, sure.
Mike, are we expecting to get into
Cathartic's an
detail
interesting
about
word.
how he did all of this at sentencing?
No.
What does the fact of the DNA evidence not being appealable do for other cases?
The media asked in that last question, God, it was hard to hear, but the media asked in that last question if he will talk more about how he did this at sentencing. That's what he's going to talk to the FBI about.
Mike, can we expect him to
the
get into
DNA
more detail about how he did all of this at sentencing?
No.
What does the fact of the DNA evidence not being appealable do for other cases in this state?
You know what? I'm going to let Ms. Koish answer that because she really is now an expert on this area.
Yeah, so what we have in this Fry decision is a Supreme
Danielle,
Court
just stand a little
decision,
closer.
okay?
Yeah.
It's a Supreme Court decision. Another Supreme Court justice could hear the same issues and either agree with Judge Mazie or disagree with Judge Mazie. It's not a controlling decision yet, okay? So I assume we're going to hear more. I think that this type of technology, now that the door was open, is going to be used more, and similar legal challenges are going to be raised. And it's up and until we get to the higher courts, what we call the appellate division over in Brooklyn, or even our Court of Appeals, does that decision become binding. So Judge Mazie's decision certainly opened the door. We're going to see it, and I'm sure we're going to hear what other Supreme Court justices and other judges in New York think about the case. But as of right
Because what often happens, and this is what she's explaining, what often happens when you are navigating things like newer technology, especially in DNA, you can see the defense attorneys starting to look at cases and starting to make similar arguments over and over and over again. And so they will try to see, it will start to get appealed and go to the higher courts. And we started seeing this in Idaho, where we're seeing numerous challenges regarding the standard for indictment and numerous challenges in the same way regarding a specific issue. And you will see that state by state. So she's saying, look, our arguments here and the work we did here opens the door for other defense attorneys to kind of follow through and keep arguing these same points of law until it goes up to the appellate court, and the appeals court starts to make those decisions. So he's not going to be appealing, but it lays that groundwork among the defense bar in their state. And we see defense bars, when they are looking at an issue, either in a state or nationally, there's a lot of education and training amongst defense attorneys being like, this is an issue we're seeing, and then going forward there.
now,
That's what she's
it's
talking
just
about.
a door opening decision.
Mr. Brown, can you just clarify if there was an agreement? He's pleaded guilty to 7 counts.
They're asking if there's an agreement.
An 8th murder. But then there's something about no future prosecutions. Does that mean if there were other victims found in Suffolk that there would not be prosecutions?
No, there will be no further prosecutions on these 8 victims.
How did the 8th one come about? Like, how did that?
So no future prosecution on these 8 victims. However, I again imagine if other victims are connected back to him with the multitude of life sentences, they would navigate that differently.
End up being part of it.
When he decided he wanted to plead guilty, we had that covered as part of his plea, and there'll be no further prosecutions as long as he cooperates with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Behavioral Analysis Unit.
So is Rex maintaining that he has no other victims out there?
Well, he's maintaining he has no other victims other than the 8, correct, yes.
When did Karen Bravada have
Interesting.
a conversation with you?
It's hard to say. I don't know. I don't have the timeline. I can't tell you. Obviously, she came into play. Her as a victim came into play at some point. I can't tell you exactly when.
The defense said that defendant is maintaining that there are no other victims other than these victims. I think that the media and maybe the public disagree with that.
I don't know.
How much was the...
Mr. Brown, could you tell us if his family might have helped him make this decision?
They're asking the defense if the defendant's family helped him make this decision.
I think that they speak, and I think that there was, I can tell you that, I'll say this, certainly several of his concerns, he had many about why he didn't want to go to trial and plead guilty. He certainly wanted to save the families of the victims the ordeal of going to trial, and coupled with saving his family that ordeal. So I know that there was conversations during the course of this defense between his family members and himself in regards to that, yes.
Did he not want his family members?
A lot of you are asking if death penalty was taken off the table in this case. No, it was not. New York overturned Their death penalty statute, 2000, early 2000s, 2004, I think. But there is no death penalty statute in New York. So no, that was not taken off the table. That was not on the table. Sugar and Spices, 2004. Okay. Good. So I think that if there are additional victims here, we can navigate that and talk about what happens then after we hear the press conference from the prosecution. Yeah.
Wife and his daughter to know the details of the murders that he committed.
I would assume that. I'm sure, again, there was conversations about having them avoid the ordeal of a trial. It was definitely a factor. Yes.
How much of a factor was federal charges, and with that death penalty a factor in his decision?
Yeah, I'm not going to
because the federal government does in fact have a death penalty. Right.
Get into any of that. I'm not at liberty to discuss that. The record speaks for itself today.
What were the total legal fees
The legal
that
fees?
he had spent? Yeah.
So this is an assigned case. The county, on most murders in Suffolk County, there's a organization called 18B. It's an assigned counsel under the 18B law.
Right, they're panel
and they're the ones who fund
attorneys.
it.
Mr. Brown, what is Mr. Heuermann's outlook now that he is no longer in the fight?
So these are not public defenders, but like we saw in Summit County, they are not through a particular public defender's office. They are private attorneys that are contracted with the county, and then the county pays for them. He's not paying for them. So that's what that explanation was.
Fighting phase, he's now facing the rest of his life behind bars.
I don't know. We just took a plea this.
The victims also killed Shannon.
That jumped really weird.
That he is no longer in the fighting phase, he's now facing the rest of his life behind bars.
I don't know. We just took a plea this.
The victims also.
That was the feed. He said we just took a plea this morning, and then on to the next question.
Killed Shannon Gilbert, and he said that with some modicum of certainty.
I think what we talked about is it could be very likely that the one who is responsible for this is also responsible for Shannon Gilbert. He had nothing to do with Shannon Gilbert, and my understanding is, and I'm not going to advocate one way or another, that the homicide squad and the district attorney's office believe that that's accidental. But the expert is here. You can ask Mr. Ray later.
But you had said that you believed that it was tied. Whoever did the 7 was responsible for Shannon Gilbert.
Well, now we have 8.
The media is just fighting with him. For those of you that aren't as familiar with this case, you're probably going, why is there a full back and forth going on here? It seems that the defense attorney previously said that whoever was responsible, not his client, whoever was responsible for the 7 victims that were charged in the indictment that he pled to today, whoever was responsible for those was likely responsible for the death of uncharged victim Shannon Gilbert. And so he's playing words with the media saying, well, now it's 8 because now there is an additional previously uncharged victim that has now been admitted to by the defendant, but they are still asking about uncharged victim Shannon Gilbert. So the media is saying, but you said whoever's responsible for this is likely responsible to Shannon Gilbert, but those aren't your family. But those aren't not your family. Those aren't your defendant. Something in the chat probably caught my eye and my brain just skipped words. So for those of you that are like, what are they talking about? They are talking about another uncharged victim that he said was likely done by the same person who did the other 7, but now his client has admitted to doing the other 7. So the media is like, okay, but what about this victim? So I'm going to back that up for those of you that are like, what is happening? The media asking the pointed questions. Sometimes I give the media a hard time on their questions, but they're not letting him get away with the less specific answers. Whoever's asking the questions clearly knows this case quite well. Look at that. The media is like,
Also killed Shannon Gilbert.
So for those of you that are now like, oh, wait, okay, what happened? Here we go.
and they're the ones who fund it.
Mr. Brown, what is Mr. Heuermann's outlook now that he is no longer in the fighting?
Damn it, I went back too
now
far. Hold on.
The victims also killed Shannon Gilbert, and you said that with some modicum of certainty.
I think what we talked about is it could be very likely that the one who
Could
is
be very
responsible for
likely.
this is also responsible for Shannon Gilbert. He had nothing to do with Shannon Gilbert, and my understanding is, and I'm not going to advocate one way or another, that the homicide squad and the district attorney's office believe that that's accidental. But the expert is here. You can ask Mr.
Then
Ray.
what's accidental? Her killing? Disagree. Okay, I want to hear the follow-up question.
But you had said that you believed that it was tied. That whoever did the 7 was responsible for Shannon Gilbert.
Well, now we have 8. But the answer is apparently that's not the case.
So
All right.
the plea deal doesn't seem like much of a favorable deal for Rex. I mean, he's spending the rest of his life in prison. There's another victim that he just admitted to. Are there other aspects of the deal that we don't know about? Like maybe he's going to be in a prison closer to his family or anything like that?
Yeah, all I can say is what I discussed earlier, which is there's no more prosecutions, and he's going to have to cooperate with the FBI's behavioral analysis unit. I got to go in 2 minutes, guys. So any other questions?
Rex after he entered
Anybody else? Nicole, you're dominating this.
Rex
Yeah.
family.
Looking at the person who's asking the tough questions like I got to ask somebody else. We like the tough questions. I'm not mad about that.
There's still one unidentified victim on Ocean Parkway. No one's been charged with them yet. We know them as Asian Doe. Did he say anything to you about that victim?
Yeah, he's denied any involvement with Asian Doe.
What about the rest of Heuermann's family, like his siblings? Like they haven't been at any appearances. Does he have?
I don't have any. I can't tell you. I haven't had any conversations with any of his siblings. So I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Brown, can you clarify his role cooperating with the behavioral analysis unit? Is that for investigative purposes,
And
or is that so they can study the mind?
Again,
of
when
the
he's talking about, well, if you go look deeper into this case, you will find why they are talking about another Doe victim who has not been identified by name because they have not been identified yet. So when they are talking about Shannon Gilbert and the other Doe victim, because it is a unknown victim, the other Doe victim, that is, they are asking because it is, I think, widely, I'll go with speculated that those 2 victims are also connected to this defendant, though they have not been connected back to this defendant. And so that's why the media is asking about it.
I can't get into any of the details of it. All I can tell you is he has an obligation to be truthful, accurate, and complete with the FBI's behavioral analysis unit. All right, folks.
What would it like for you to walk into a room and have him turn around to you and say, "I'm going to plead guilty to this. I did that." After all these months and years of defending him out in public.
Listen, we're advocates. That's what we do. Good lawyers advocate for their clients.
He's correct about that.
He maintained that he's not guilty. We advocated on his behalf. We worked very hard on this case. We've been preparing for trial. We went. I can't tell you the amount of the volume of discovery that we reviewed. Ms. Koish submitted some really great motions. Some of them are real novel issues. It's going to come to fruition in several years. But when somebody pivots and says, "I'm done and I want to accept responsibility," all right, as the attorney, we have to follow his directive. All right, guys, thanks for your time. Take care.
Well, before we autoplay what we're watching now, which would be wild, we are going to go to the next press statement from the ex-wife of the defendant who was married to the defendant. It's my understanding, I could be wrong, but married to the defendant when he was arrested. The divorce happened afterwards. Troublemaker Baker asked, he didn't plead to Karen Vergata either. He did. He admitted to it even though it was uncharged. So he admitted to the killing of Karen Vergata in this plea deal, even though it was not indicted. So yes, he did, but he won't be sentenced for it, if that makes sense. But again, we are going, some of the questions I am going to not jump to yet because I think a lot of them will be answered when we get to the extended statement from the district attorney. So I'm holding on to some of those because we will get there because we have a lot more statements from the prosecution who's going to have a lot more information for us. And then we will try to answer any additional questions. So this is the family of the defendant and their lawyer out in front of the courthouse. I saw that it had happened, and so I was curious about it. So I have no idea what happens, but let's see. We're going to find out together.
Thank you, everybody. It's been an
a
extremely
short
emotional
conference.
day for all involved, and I know everybody's been here since early in the morning. I would just like to read a statement on behalf of the family, then I'll take a few questions, and then when I'm through, Asa will read a statement on behalf of herself and her family. Today is an extremely difficult day for everyone involved. I'd like to commend Ray Tierney and the task force for the amazing job they did in solving these crimes. It's been traumatizing Long Island for well over 3 decades. First and foremost, our hearts are with the victims and their families. They have suffered unimaginable loss, and nothing said here today can lessen that pain. Let me be absolutely clear. Heard in the courtroom, Rex Heuermann and Rex Heuermann alone is responsible for these horrific crimes. Any suggestion that Asa Ellerup or Victoria Heuermann were involved is irresponsible. They have no knowledge, no involvement, or any connection to these heinous acts. The evidence that's been put out in the courtroom simply does not support any other fact pattern. Mrs. Ellerup and Victoria accept today's outcome without question. She and her family have cooperated fully since day one with law enforcement and will continue to respect this legal process as it comes to a conclusion. This situation is deeply personal and profoundly painful for Ms. Ellerup and her family. She never wanted to believe the man she was married to for 27 years, the father of Victoria, would be capable of committing such heinous acts. Like so many others, she is still trying to process what was just revealed inside that courtroom, and she has to remain strong for her family. On behalf of her family, she's asking for privacy, compassion, and understanding as she now navigates these circumstances which nobody could have anticipated a little more than 3 years ago. Today is not about Asa. It's not about Victoria. It is about the victims and their families, but we just stated have suffered.
Whose phone is not silenced in this freaking hearing right now? Is it the lawyer whose like Ring doorbell alerts are going off? Like whose phone is going off while this is happening? It's just distracting at this point.
Imaginable losses.
All right, I'm going to back up. Do people roll around with their phone not silenced? Like, what is happening?
A little more than 3 years ago. Today is not about Asa. It's not about Victoria. It is about the victims and their families, but we just stated have suffered unimaginable losses. And this family will continue in cooperating with the District Attorney's Office and law enforcement in the pursuit of justice wherever it may take us. Any questions?
Can we hear from Asa?
Yeah, no, we shortly will hear from Asa, yes.
Well, then why are you asking for questions? Why are you asking for questions now? Oh, you want to bounce because she wants to give a statement and then bounce. That's why you want to do questions now? Because it would make sense to have a statement, and then questions. Okay, let's see what happens.
To read a statement, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Okay.
No questions for you.
She's not going to answer questions. She's going to read a statement that she prepared last night.
That's why.
She's not going to ask any questions.
She wants to bounce.
Come to the center, back where you are.
Okay. Right. Awesome. Just step up. Slow. Okay.
We can't see her.
No questions?
No
Okay.
questions.
My thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Their loss is immeasurable. And the focus should be on them at this time and moment. I ask that you give some privacy to my family as they navigate through this very difficult time.
How did you not see what he was? How did you not see what he had done? You were living with him.
And the person who's standing behind them is like, that's it, let's go. That's it, let's go. That's it, let's go. The person behind them, because the media is asking, how did you not see? And the person behind is like, that's it, let's go. Remember, there is also a civil lawsuit. They have just been sued as well. However, there are, I'm not going to get into it. It's what her husband is doing is not on her. I don't know enough about this case to get into any of it other than to say I am well familiar with the personality type and how they pick people who are not going to go digging into what they do. So how did you not know? Well, because he didn't want her to, but we'll see. So the media has questions. Of course, the media has questions, and we will see. So.
The district attorney's office has thoroughly investigated these crimes, okay?
And the lawyer stepped in. I'll back it up. The lawyer stepped in to say no.
Difficult time.
How did you not see what he was? How did you not see what he had done? You were living with him.
Sir, the district attorney's office has thoroughly investigated these crimes, okay? It has been proven.
You were living in the same house with him.
She was away.
What were the
She was
signs?
away each and every occasion. We've answered this 1,000 times, okay? You guys have the bail applications. You have the investigation.
There's a lot of tension here. There's a lot of tension here. There is a lot more history, clearly, than I have delved into. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on there. Yeah, there is. But the woman behind her with the great lipstick and the black hair and the black sunglasses is like, let's go. We're not doing this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
It has been proven.
You were living in the same house with him.
She was away.
What were the
She was
signs?
away each and every occasion. We've answered this 1,000 times, okay? You guys have the bail applications. You have the investigation. Yeah, that's it. There's no questions, okay? Thank you.
All right. Well, the media is going to ask the hard questions. The media is asking the hard questions. There is always a way to answer those questions. But again, there is a lot more there. We are not delving into that today. But there is clearly a lot more there. We are going to go to the press conference from the district attorney's office. It is a longer press conference. I imagine we will get into more about Asa, who is being sued in the civil case, as we get into the civil case. That for today, that is oh boy, there's a lot more there, and we're just gonna step to the side of that and come back to that in the civil lawsuit, because the press conference from the district attorney's office is quite long, and I want to make sure that we get through that. Riley Bear asked, what is she being sued for? It's a wrongful death civil suit. And there was one more question. Calm down, girl. That's the question in the chat. I'm not telling y'all to calm down, but I love it. Why talk if no questions? To ask for privacy. It seemed to ask for privacy. Based on the tension that you could see even in those questions, I imagine that there is a lot more going on. And so to ask for privacy would be the why. Let me pull up this press conference. That's what you just heard in the background a little bit. It is notable to me that this press conference is being held in the police academy gymnasium because they needed that many people, right? Whitney Edwards makes a great point. Said BTK's family had no idea what he was up to. It's entirely plausible Rex's family didn't, as EDB said, because he didn't want them to know. It's sometimes easier to think of it in the context of fraud or in the context of, like, if we take it way back to Teresa and Joe Giudice. Teresa and Joe Giudice, early days, Real Housewives of New Jersey. Joe Giudice is like, hey, sign these things. And she's like, yeah, I trust my spouse. I signed the things. And then she went to prison for mortgage fraud. And she's like, I signed the things. I signed the things. I signed the things that my spouse asked me to sign. Same with Erica Girardi. Tom Girardi's paying all her bills. He's like, just put it on the American Express. Does she know what bank account that money's coming off of when he pays? No, she doesn't. Because when people are able to hide what they are doing, they are very well able to hide it from the people they love. I am not saying that that's what's going on here, because I do not know enough about this case. I am saying that the behavior is consistent across people and across crimes. But as we get into the wrongful death suit, I imagine there is more there. I have not gotten into it yet. So I've not gotten into it yet. So does that, I think that's fair. We'll get into it more because, again, I don't know enough to give more information and answer more questions here, other than to say it is possible. And we have seen it in other cases. But we'll see. I also think our brains protect us from things that are awful. And so one never knows the interworkings of how brains shut down. And people are like, I would. You don't know until, well, hopefully most of you are not ever there. You don't know. And it's hard. It's hard to explain. But we'll dive into that during the civil case, I imagine. So, again, it is hard to put yourself in someone else's shoes in circumstances that are horrific. And I think this case went on for so long and there's so much more information. It is really hard to start to navigate that. What I will say is, in other cases that we have seen, try to look at, when you're looking at all of this through this lens, it is hard. I agree with Rebecca in the chat. Said, do any of us think Christine Banfield had any idea what her husband was impersonating her online? Exactly. So it's one of these, we have to look at the cases that we know and the behavior that we know. When you look at Brian Walsh, I hope that his mom and children didn't know what he was doing in the house. I very much hope that's true. I very much hope that's true. And it's possible. So we'll see. Asa is the defendant's ex-wife. I believe that she filed for divorce after he was arrested. She is being sued for wrongful death. Cleopatra, you did not miss Banfield's sentencing. It is in May. Don't worry, we'll have lots of reminders. Let's go to the DA press conference. And again, this is nuance that we will explore on another day, because we're going to explore it in a civil case. So we're going to be exploring that in a civil wrongful death case. These conversations are going to come up, and maybe we will have more information, or at least I will have more information to navigate that conversation. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what the DA has to say, because it should and hopefully will answer a lot of this. The Elizabeth said in the chat, if I recall correctly, all the crimes occurred when they were traveling. That's what the attorney just said, that all of these occurred while they were traveling. That's exactly what the attorney just said. All right, continuing on. The district attorney of Suffolk County is giving a press conference. The victims' families are present. It looks like the task force is present. This is in a gymnasium at what is probably the training center or the academy. It says it right there, Suffolk County Police Academy, because of how many people they needed. Because of how many people they needed, and how much space they needed. But I'm glad that everyone was able to be there. So as we get into this, we will, well, the sound will improve when people take the mic. But this is the investigators that worked closely on this case and the victim families. So I'm going to zoom a little through this as we get into the beginning of it, but the background noise is quite a lot, but it is a lot of people.
Hi, guys.
And now we're getting into all of the suits, all of the black suits walking in, like all of them. Black suit, white shirt, tie, all the suits, all of them, just all. As which I imagine is going to also comprise FBI agents and other agencies. So they should be getting ready to start now that all the suits are coming in.
There's no
It's a lot of people. Their pins will generally correspond with what agency they are there with. Emily, did you ever wear your badge pin? Never. Just no, never. Also, I wasn't doing press conferences like this. I was avoiding cases that would have this type of media attention. Nope, just wanted to do my job. But yeah, the pins will correspond with agency generally. And then law enforcement following the suits.
You all set?
I mean, that's a lot of people.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay, good afternoon. Thanks everyone for coming.
At least it sounds good.
This defendant walked among us, play acting as a normal suburban dad, when in reality, all along, he was obsessively targeting innocent women for death. He identified these women, lured them into Nassau County, murdered them, and left their bodies in Suffolk County. He thought that by killing them, he could silence them forever and get away with murder. But he was wrong, because it was these victims, these women, who refused to stay silent. First, that silence was broken by the victims' families, who advocated for their loved ones and agitated for justice. Then,
Agitated's an interesting word. Tirelessly. This case was a journey. They fought. I don't know if agitated is a strong enough word. They fought and fought and fought.
who refused to stay silent. First, that silence was broken by the victims' families, who advocated for their loved ones and agitated for justice. Then, the noise grew louder through the ensuing investigation and examination of the evidence that the defendant left at or around the crime scenes, as well as on the bodies of the women themselves, that further told the stories of these victims and what had actually happened to them. It was this evidence that ultimately was put together by the task force that proved to be the defendant's undoing and led to the pleas of guilt in today's court proceeding. And it is in this way that these murders were solved. And while we in law enforcement, as well as
I think though, and I mean, I live stream, so me using wrong words all the time happens frequently. But I have the chat to point it out so I can fix it in real time. He doesn't have chat to fix it in real time. I think chat's probably right that he meant advocated. I think overwhelmingly the sentiment is that the victims' families and the victims themselves are what brought this case to justice. And I think it is a fitting and appropriate way to start any conversation about the case and say that that it was their fight that brought this case to a plea. And I appreciate that he acknowledged that before anything else. He didn't acknowledge the work of law enforcement. He didn't acknowledge the work of his office. He didn't acknowledge the work of anyone else. The first thing he acknowledged was the victim and their families. And I think that that is appropriate. We don't see that in every press conference. And I think that that is appropriate and, for me, appreciated.
Our Suffolk County citizens mourn the loss of these victims. We are also grateful to them and to their families because without them, this defendant would have never been brought to justice and would still be walking amongst us. And he would still be portraying himself as that same harmless father next door instead of what he is, a convicted murderer. Ultimately, this case is really about these victims and their stories. It is not about this defendant. And I speak for everyone in law enforcement, and when I say we are honored and thankful for being able to have played a small role in obtaining a small measure of justice for these families. For decades, this case stood out as a painful scar on the face of Suffolk County law enforcement, Suffolk County government, the citizens of Suffolk County, and the victims' families as well. However, with the defendant's pleas of guilt today, it means that for the first time since the deaths of these women, we can turn to all of these same people and say, Rex Heuermann will be held responsible for the 1993 murder of Sandra Castilla, the 1996 murder of Karen Vergata, the 2000 murder of Valerie Mack, the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, the 2007 murder of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, the 2009 murder of Melissa Bartholomew, the June 2009 murder of Megan Waterman, and the September 2010 murder of Ms. Costello. Despite this tragedy, there's a lot of different emotions, and I guess the word for today, despite the tragedy, despite all those emotions, is thankfulness. We are thankful. We have a lot to be thankful for, despite these emotions. First and foremost, we are thankful for the victims and the victims' families who told their stories, their loved ones' stories, and defended their loved ones' legacies. Without them, we would have never truly gotten to know those victims. My start in this case occurred before I took office. A homicide detective with the Suffolk County PD, Pat Portella, gave my phone number to Melissa and Amanda. Melissa is, of course, Maureen Brainerd Barnes' sister, and Amanda is Melissa Bartholomew's sister. And they spoke with me. We had a really good phone conversation. And during that phone conversation, I heard the pain and frustration in their voices. They wanted answers. They wanted closure. I told them that we were going to do things differently. It was going to be a new manner of doing things. We were going to form a task force, and we were going to bring all of the talents of all these people standing here to bear, and we were going to work together. We were going to not use this case as a political football to be kicked into the news stream on slow days or whenever it suited the political leader's purpose. We were going to be quiet. We were going to pretend as though it was business as usual in Suffolk County. And the reason why we were going to do that was because we knew what we were doing. We were playing to an audience of one.
Him.
And that one person, of course, was the murderer.
Right.
We wanted to lure that individual into a false sense of security.
Yeah, that
we
makes
wanted
sense.
him to think he got away with this. And that was exactly what we did.
Yeah, you want them to stop.
And the reason
looking
why
over
we
their
wanted
shoulder.
to do that is because when we solved this case and we had those arrest warrants and executed those search warrants, we wanted more evidence, and that's exactly what we got. So we were thankful for that.
That makes sense.
We were thankful we were able to bring this case to a close, but
They were able to look at a profile and use that profile as part of their investigation when they finally brought together a task force. That makes sense.
it started, our inspiration was these victims and their families. But those families were so much more to us. Through them, we truly got to know these victims. When we started, the victims were nothing but names on a blotter, black and white, writing on investigative reports. But once we spoke to the victims, they provided us with the color of these women, and we got to know them as the wonderful mothers, sisters, friends, and daughters that they were. And that inspired us even more to close this case, to come to a resolution. So again, first and foremost, we are thankful for those families. And I just want to individually, mention all of the families. The Brainerd Barnes family, I already spoke with Melissa, but I want to thank Melissa and her husband Chris and their children, Marie, who is Maureen's mom, Nicolette and Dylan, who are Maureen's two children. We want to thank them for their support, not only of Maureen, but for our investigation as well. And we want to say, on behalf of Suffolk County, we're sorry. The Bartholomew family, Amanda, who's Melissa's sister, Lynn, her mom, and Jeff, Lynn's partner. We want to thank them as well. When this case started, it started with the grand. Well, it didn't start, but the charging started with the grand jury, and Amanda, Lynn, and Melissa came down and helped us with the grand jury. And I remember when Lynn came in, it was about 2-day proceeding, and when Lynn first walked in, she appeared a certain way, and by the end of that second day, she looked completely different. You could see that having forced her to relive this, you could see the sadness in her face and in her eyes, and we're sorry for that. But without their cooperation, we wouldn't be here today. So to Amanda, Lynn, Jeff, and everyone in the Bartholomew family, we want to say thank you, and we want to say we're sorry. To the Waterman family, we have Megan's aunt, Liz, and we have her daughter, Lily. We want to thank them. We didn't get to know them until after the indictment, but again, the way that they stood by Megan.
I appreciate that he is again pulling it back to the families of the victims that fought so hard in this case. And before getting in, again, pulling it right back, how did their task force start? How did they start working prior to grand jury, and the cost it had on the victims' families to go through grand jury and the work together before ever getting to all of the, the normal press conference things that we're so used to seeing with the district attorney thanking their team, thanking law enforcement. I really appreciate the way that he is not only apologizing to the families, but also noting how much of a toll this took on them. It's a unique thing to see in a press conference.
And the way they supported us, we want to say to them, thank you, and we're sorry. To Amber Costello and her family, specifically Amber's sister Kim, we want to say thank you, and again, thank you for the support, and again, we're sorry for the loss of Amber. Valerie Mack, we met shortly before the indictment. We met Ed and Joanne Mack. Ed and Joanne Mack were foster parents and then the adopted parents of Valerie, and they gave Valerie the only happy home she ever knew, and really the only support she probably ever knew in her life. Meeting with them, they're incredibly special people. They're heroes. We also got to know Valerie's sister Angela and her son Aaron, again, equally wonderful people. So to them, we want to say thank you, and we're sorry. Jessica Taylor, we got to know Jessica's mom, Liz, after the indictment. Prior to the indictment, we got to know Jessica's cousin, Jasmine. And right after the initial indictment of the first 3 victims, Jasmine came to us on behalf of Liz and said, please help us. Please find out what happened to Jessica. And at that time, you know, we didn't have enough. And we said, look, we're going to work and we're going to try to get there. And we're going to work as hard as we can. Please trust us. And, you know, Jasmine, on behalf of Liz, said they would do just that. So to Jasmine and Liz, I want to say thank you. And again, we're sorry. To the Vergata family, Karen Vergata, we recently went, I did, I mean, I know members of the Suffolk County PD had already spoken to the family, but my team recently went and we saw Eric and Gary, who were Karen's sons. Gary's not here today, but we got to meet Gary, and I know Gary's watching, so we want to say hello to Gary. Eric's here. We want to thank Eric. And again, we want to thank you and tell them how much we admire them for supporting their mom and for supporting us. And again, we want to say we're sorry. On behalf of all of Suffolk County, we're sorry for Karen's passing. The Castilla family, Cassandra Castilla. We had the opportunity shortly before the indictment to meet with Ariel, who's the husband of Ruth, and Ruth is Sandra's sister. Again, wonderful people who really stood by and supported Sandra. So we want to thank them for that. We want to thank them for their support of our investigation. And on behalf of Suffolk County, we want to tell them we're sorry. We're sorry. So that's the family. Again, they inspired us. They're the reason why we do what we do. Today was a very special day for us in law enforcement. Because it gave us the opportunity to turn to these victims and their families and say, listen, we told you we were going to work really hard. We told you we were going to do everything we can to bring closure to you. And that's why we work in law enforcement. And, we were able to do that to a small measure today. So we're happy for that. And again, so thankful for them. In addition to our victims' families, we have our law enforcement family. And, this case was, brought home by a task force that brought to bear the talents of a number of really great investigators from a lot of really great agencies. And again, so thankful to be able to have worked with so many talented people. It's not really, some people will say, well, this person solved Gilgo, or that person solved Gilgo. That's not it at all. It was so many different pieces from so many different people, starting back in 1993 and culminating all the way through 2021. So again, and really beyond, actually. So again, so thankful for the great work. First and foremost, I have to thank my chief investigator, Rich Zacharies. I've been doing this for 30 years. I've had the benefit of working with truly the best investigators in the country and in the world. Rich is the finest investigator I've ever worked for and worked with. I do sometimes feel as though I work for him.
I really, and a lot of you in the chat agree, I really appreciate the majority of this press conference so far has been A, talking about the victims and their families, B, thanking the victims' families, C, telling them that he's sorry. And I think, and this is my speculation, that sorry goes beyond just we're sorry for your loss. That sorry covers years and years and years, and in some cases decades of no movement on some of these murder investigations. And this prosecutor picked up something that wasn't at the beginning, was in the middle, and said, we're going to do this differently. And it's a rare thing to see in a press conference. A lot of you are feeling emotional. I feel emotional because it's unfortunately rare, but it is heartening to see someone who perceives the situation, acknowledges the situation, and apologizes, even though this is the prosecutor that picked this up and said, we need to do better. It wasn't, the failings weren't on him, but he represents the office that failed in the past. And I think that that is unfortunately too rare, but also nice to see, which sounds like a weird thing to say, but it is refreshing to see the acknowledgement. And I'm glad to, honestly, I'm glad to see it. I wasn't sure what to expect from this press conference. I'm really glad we didn't get into just a whole lot of back patting and self-congratulations. It's refreshing and it's nice to see. And I think it is appropriate, just really appreciated and appropriate. So I'm glad to see it. And it sounds like they're going to get into talking about law enforcement a bit more. So let's hear what they have to say.
He was the architect of our grand jury. He put together our grand jury. And I think there's, whether it's an attorney or an investigator, I think there are very few people who could have done that logistically. And so to Rich, I want to say thank you. To our detective investigators, our analysts, again, all great. And I'm gonna mention a lot of people, and it's gonna, because it's not exciting to mention a lot of people, but they deserve mention. So I'm gonna mention them. We're gonna go through everyone, but not everyone, but a lot of people. We're gonna talk about our phone experts, Justin Doolittle and John Primiano. Unbelievable work in this case and so many others. Our analysts, Kaylee Homer, Erin Hansen. Unbelievable work combing through this evidence, this miles of evidence. And that's just to name a few. They're indicative of so many more. Our law enforcement partners, we had our DA people, our PD, our FBI, our New York State Police, our Suffolk County Sheriff's Office, our core people, Rory Forrestall, a DI. I hired Rory. He was supposed to come in and help us with our child abuse section, but he got waylaid in here, and he worked like heck for us and did a great job. We're so thankful for Rory. For Suffolk County PD, our homicide guys who are still with the task force today, Chris Calvaca and Scott Aquilina, great individuals, great investigators. Thank you so much, Chris, Scott. We had Jimmy Watson, who worked with us, no longer with us. He's in Nassau. FBI agent Craig Mateo. Special Agent Craig Mateo. Everybody's young, I guess, compared to me, but I see him as a young guy, a really talented agent, really great guy, really, really helpful. Investigator Tiffany Attai with the State Police. Again, along with Rory, Erin, and Kaylee, really, plunged into the evidence in this case and really, really helped us out. She was also the one who did the infamous avalanche search. So we want to thank Tiffany for all of the work and all the work that they all did. We have a number of retired task force and former law enforcement officers with us today. We invited them, and I saw John Santoro, I saw Donna Giordano, Pat Albergo, just to name a few. And we wanted to invite those retired members because, again, there was a lot of talk about this case, a lot of talk about, no one cared about the women, who were murdered in this case. That nothing could be further from the truth. I'll talk about Pat Alberga. He worked Jessica Taylor's case. He retired. When we had brought enough evidence to bring that case together, we called Pat. And he came to help us testify. Actually, he and Donna Giordano testified for us. But when Pat Albergo, who's retired, came in, he sort of walked through the door like a kid, like a little kid walking down the stairs during Christmas. And he's like, "Why am I here?" And I'm like, "Because we're going to charge this case." He was thrilled, and that attitude is indicative of every single one of all these agencies. So grateful to work with all of these people, both past and present. Our ADAs, Nick Santamartino, Andrew Lee, Michelle Haddad, Larry Opizzo, God help them, right? They get to know what I'm really like. And so they were with us right from the very beginning, through the grand jury, and through today. Great job by them. I want to thank them. My chief assistant, Alan Bodie, he really, along with Rich and I, we really thought a lot about how we were going to go forward with this case and planned a lot of things, from the grand jury. And he was really helpful with that. And also, he ran the office while I was running around pretending to be a lawyer. Our discovery expediters, our analysts, our paralegals, everyone. And that's just us. So now, we come to the Suffolk County PD.
Which is also an unusual thing to acknowledge, is that as the head of the office, he was also very much actively working in this case. And that is unusual for, especially in larger counties, for the elected prosecutor. However, when he took this case and built the task force, he wasn't. And so I think continuing to work this case also says a lot, and acknowledges a lot that also that takes a toll when you are fulfilling the role of a line deputy and the role of the head of the office.
PD, and I'll talk a lot about Suffolk County PD was, with us every step of the way. Our police commissioner Catalina, our chief of department Bill Dougherty, our chief of detective Sean Barron, a whole host of other people are with us today. We have our Suffolk County sheriff Errol Toulon with us, as well as Undersheriff Kevin Heavey, as well as Undersheriff John Becker. We really want to thank those two agencies. We want to thank Errol Toulon, and we want to thank Police Commissioner Catalina. They're two phenomenal partners. I can say this about Suffolk County and Suffolk County citizens when it comes to Police Commissioner Catalina and Sheriff Toulon. You are all in wonderful company. In addition, with regard to our Sheriff's Department, they provided logistics and traffic and sex trafficking related intel throughout our interviews, helped us to identify a lot of potential interviews of inmates and other people who had been sex trafficked. So we want to thank Suffolk County Sheriff for that. With regard, we also have the FBI here. We have Special Agent in Charge Michael Rappa, who's the FBI New York Criminal Division. So Special Agent in Charge Rappa is in charge of the criminal division of the FBI in New York State. We want to thank Michael for coming in. We want to thank Supervisory Senior Resident Agent Don Osbacher, who's been with us from the very beginning. We want to thank them for lending us their expertise, and more importantly, their people. The cell phone analysis that we all heard about, that was done by the CAST, or cellular. The FBI CAST stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, and specifically Special Agents Eric Penn.
You will recognize that acronym from our discussion of it in the Brian Kohberger case, because that is also the team that came in and worked in the Kohberger case and others that we have covered. The CAST team is gonna find the phones. Yeah, they're gonna find the phones. They're gonna find what's going on with the phones. Yep, and helped narrow down on Kohberger. I imagine are also working. And I think I read that they were also working in the Nancy Guthrie case. So they're busy, absolutely busy, but they are the best at what they do.
Perry and Mike Sabrick, those areas of interest.
Well, that's frustrating.
There
we go. The amount of time it took to find feeds that actually had a good feed of this, because I imagine the cement walls made it really hard for the signals to get out. But yeah, that was much.
In Massapequa Park, that was developed because in 2011, Eric Perry drove with equipment through every single neighborhood and extensively mapped the cell phone coverage in those areas, and allowed us with to develop these areas
That's
of
not
interest.
your internet. That is this feed
You know,
that's
that
buffering
had
a
to be
little.
done in 2011. The landscape changed, the cell sites changed, after Superstorm Sandy, the geography changed. So, you know, we went back to 2011, and that work that Eric did, and just phenomenal. So we want to thank the FBI. We want to thank Eric Perry and Mike Sabrick. They both created maps for us to use in the grand jury. They testified in the grand jury, as well as John Primiano from my office with the help of Justin Doolittle, and just great work. With regard to forensics in this case, I think I'd said earlier that IgG, investigative genetic genealogy, did not play a role in this case. I was wrong. I had forgotten that IgG was used to identify victim Valerie Mack prior to my involvement in the case. So I want to thank the FBI and Lori Giordano for that. They also...
He's talking, and we've talked a lot about IgG here, but they are talking about IgG being used not to connect the defendant to the victim, but to identify the victims, because some of, and we still have victims that we heard asked about by the media, though they are not, well, the prosecution has not acknowledged that they are victims of this particular defendant, but there are still unknown does that the media is asking about related to this case. And he is talking about the use of IgG to identify victims, not to connect a defendant to a victim.
So with us, helped to identify Karen Vergata. So again, thank you. FBI, they provided surveillance of the defendant, both in the city and on Long Island, and their surveillance team. I was nervous. I had never met these guys. I had worked for them, worked with them as a federal prosecutor, but you know, that was a high risk, high reward thing. You know, if they get made, you know, everything comes down. If they get detected, but they weren't detected. Not only did they follow the defendant, but they you know, recovered the abandonment samples. So we want to thank them. Suffolk County PD.
Emily, what he's talking about? What is he talking about? The abandonment samples, pizza crust. In this case, it was a pizza crust. In other cases, it has been like a discarded cup or what have you. In this case, it was a discarded pizza crust. The FBI was following him after they had narrowed in on him, and the discarded samples were something that he had been eating, literally a pizza crust. But you need to have someone who is not looking over their shoulder at every turn to be able to get those abandonment samples. They tried to do that in the Kohberger case, right? And Kohberger was separating the trash and gloves and what have you. Like, he was still looking over his shoulder, but they used the IgG because they got his father's DNA out of the trash. So this is what he's talking about when he says the abandonment samples, that the FBI was tracking him.
They recovered DNA from the defendant's house. We want to thank the homicide squad for that. And again, working together, we were able to really develop that DNA evidence. So we want to thank them. Also, we provided, the FBI provided a searchable account, digitalized this entire file for us. We want to thank the FBI for that. New York State Police. Today we have Major Chris Casal, who's the troop commander of Troop L. We have
also, a lot of you are asking, I believe it was a vehicle that started narrowing them in on this defendant, and then Cell, and then more. Gossip and rumor, is there? Oh, there's many. There's a podcast about this case that began before this defendant was identified. There are numerous shows, books. Again, this went unsolved up until this arrest in 2023, but there were quite a lot of remains discovered in 2010 with murders going back to 1993.
Captain Chris Jean, who works in Troop L as well. Again, they provided Tiffany Atai to our task force. who was integral to our success. They provided assistance to search warrants of all the search warrants with regard to this case and all the various locations. They were on the scene
I don't know
with
if
our
it's
Suffolk
Lost
County
Girls
Police
or Gone Girls. It's one of those, or both. I know there's a book and there's a couple others.
Department gathering evidence. They transported evidence from the house to Suffolk County property, along again with Suffolk County PD. The avalanche truck. They transported from South Carolina to our lab. There was a Ram Charger from Pennsylvania that was associated with the Sandra Castilla case. State troopers took that from Pennsylvania, brought it to our lab. We were able to develop evidence linking that truck.
So he's talking about the car. He's talking about the vehicle now. So for those of you that were reading the chat, come on back. Come on back. He's talking about how they started linking this together at the beginning.
Along again with Suffolk County PD, the avalanche truck. They transported from South Carolina to our lab. There was a Ram Charger from Pennsylvania that was associated with the Sandra Castilla case. State troopers took that from Pennsylvania, brought it to our lab. We were able to develop evidence linking that truck to the murder of Karen Vergata. We want to thank them.
I mean, they tracked down a lot
provided
of
us with
evidence.
K9 units along with the NYPD.
That's a lot of evidence that they tracked down across the East Coast. It's a lot.
PD, Suffolk County PD. I want to thank all of those agencies. I want to thank Nassau for helping us with the search warrant. I want to thank Nassau County DA's office for helping us with the prosecution of the weapons case. Our Suffolk County Crime Lab, we want to thank them. Tremendous work. I particularly, is Clyde here? Where's Clyde? Clyde, raise your hand. Where's Clyde? All right, Clyde's all the way in the back as usual, hiding. So Clyde was the hair analyst in this case. He collected hairs from all the victims in this case, save for Jessica Taylor. And he pushed the PD and he pushed our office to send certain hairs out for mitochondrial and then later nuclear DNA testing. And when we started this case, he was working with Nick Santomartino in my office. He was recalling.
This is developing DNA technology. And when the defense was making a bunch of motions about this is at the forefront of DNA technology that is going to continue to get better, which is why you have seen in other cases they are still identifying new victims in other cases. And I imagine that can happen here as well. But the way that DNA is moving forward and the way that technology is moving forward, it is going to make it harder for there to be crimes like this that span, 3 decades without someone being caught. It is going to shift. That. So continuing on, that's why he is starting to talk about the way that the DNA was done.
With great specificity, certain hairs of interest that he thought were really going to bear fruit. And I was talking to Nick and I was saying, does this guy really, was he this meticulous? Is he this sure? And so Nick said, sit down with him, sit down with Clyde.
We love an investigator that is like, you all are wrong. Listen to me. We are doing this. And they're like, are you really splitting hairs? Literally, yes, we are splitting hairs to their DNA. Yes, dogged is what you want from your scientific investigators. 100%. 100%. And good for him for being like, you guys don't get it. Listen to me. Good. Good job, sir.
And we sat down with Clyde and, to go to a crime scene, in the 2000s and not have the capability to get nuclear DNA, but yet to be so precise and exact in gathering evidence, cataloging the evidence, safeguarding the evidence,
a scientist,
and then being able to advocate for its use. Without Clyde,
Good job, Clyde.
we probably wouldn't have gotten that evidence. So, Clyde's retired now, but we really want to thank Clyde. Bob Jenna, he collected hairs on the Castilla.
Because believed in this case and knew, and Northwest in the chat said this too, the lab knew the technology would catch up. Exactly. The lab knew that the technology would catch up and advocated for that. And that type of advocacy over years can be exhausting, I would imagine. And butting heads with law enforcement can be exhausting, and kept doing it. And I love it. Good. Look, science. We love it. Good job, Clyde. I think it's helpful to point out, and I'm glad that the DA is pointing out the people who were involved. And he's not saying it as expressly, but people who would have bumped up against friction in their advocacy as well, prior to this DA taking the case.
Case, he recovered 2 hair. He was the former chief of Suffolk County Crime Lab. He's retired. He collected 2 hairs on Sandra Castilla, did a great job, similar to Clyde. Don Doler, the former chief, he was the chief of the lab when we started this. Great job. We want to thank him. Connie Dinkle is the current chief of the lab, and she did a great job. Continues to do a great job. We want to thank them. Bob Bauman, Helen Wong, Liz Sepulveda, Kerry Anito, Craig Hamer. All of these forensic scientists did a fantastic job, and we want to thank them.
Good job.
They were in the house with our law enforcement partners, gathering this evidence meticulously, precisely, and without. This. I was thinking about this. This isn't a cast of hundreds. When you look at when you bring all this together, it's a cast of thousands. So we want to thank all of those individuals. Office of Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York, Brad Adams, Mark Desire, and Neha Desai. Brad Adams was the anthropologist. He identified the Gilgo 4 and he was the one who urged investigators to go back after the discovery of Melissa Bartholomew, which resulted in the discovery of the 3 other victims known as the Gilgo 4.
So I know a lot of you asked, how did this case come together? He's breaking down how this case came together, which is why it's a longer press conference, because again, decades. These are all the little pieces that started to put this case together.
Mark Desire is the assistant director of biology of the lab. He was our liaison. He made all of his people available to us. Ms. Desai, she testified for us in the grand jury. Her DNA analysis led to the identification of the Gilgo Beach 4. Again, she testified in the grand jury. A fantastic job. Our outside experts, mitotyping technologies, Gloria Dimmick and Jenna Manges. Gloria testified first in the grand jury. Fantastic scientist, fantastic person. Astria Forensic, Dr. Ed Green, Dr. Christina Valencia, Kelly Harkins Kincaid. Those scientists with Astria are at the very top of their field, and they did something revolutionary in this case, and they've set the bar high going forward, and we're going to be able to utilize this technology going forward to solve a great many cases. So we want to thank Astrea Forensics, and I want to tell you, if you think you're smart, you should spend a week with Dr. Green, and then suddenly you realize maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. At least that's the sense I got after spending time with all those great scientists.
But also, as he's talking, I am hearing weeks of trial covering this evidence. Just this part, when he's talking about the lab and the lab identifying the victims and the labs starting to tie it together, weeks and weeks and weeks of victims, or weeks and weeks and weeks of testimony about this part of the investigation to even identify the victims.
YPD, again, they helped us with The cadaver search in April of 2025, we had individuals from their TARU unit testify in the grand jury with regard to phone calls made by the defendant. They helped us to attain records, missing person records involving in this case, spanning back years and years. Again, at a drop of a hat, even though it wasn't their case, they came in and helped us. Scarborough Police Department, with regard to Megan Waterman. The Megan Waterman case came in as a missing person case, and it went across the desk of a detective, Don Blatchford, who's here with us today. And Don, gathered the evidence and really did everything he could to try to locate Megan. And when the trail took him to Suffolk County, he didn't stop. He continued to help us in our investigation. He brought the Waterman family to Long Island for interviews and for court proceedings. He testified in the grand jury, and he's had a long, illustrious career in Maine. He's going to retire, but he held off his retirement to see this case through. And again, I talked about the Suffolk County PD guys who cared about these victims. Don Blatchford is another individual who cares about these victims, like all of the people in law enforcement. So we want to thank them. United States Secret Service, with the massive digital evidence in this case and their forensic science division, all of the massive amount of digital evidence, they helped us process it. We had their forensic science division, we recovered a Bounty paper towel off of the crime scene of Megan Waterman. They processed that and they compared that to the same Bounty towel that we recovered in the home of the defendant. They matched, and this was a memento that we argued the defendant kept. Would have been a key piece of evidence. So we want to thank the Secret Service for that. The telephone carriers, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, Nextel, and AT&T. Again, phone records spanning back to 1993. We've got to get those records in evidence. Again, Rich Zacharias was integral in this, but they went above and beyond they went above and beyond for us because they knew this case was important. We want to thank them. With regard to the court staff, Judge Mazie and his staff, I want to thank them for their courtesies, and I want to thank them for all that they did in their professionalism. And this is a difficult case, and they handled it with aplomb. So, I'm going to turn it over to our partners, but just to clarify regarding the plea of guilt, the defendant has pled guilty to 3 counts of murder in the first degree, retaining.
I wonder if as we get into the plea deal here, we will hear more about the details of this plea as we are now getting into it. A number of you are asking about Secret Service. Yes, Secret Service also has an investigative arm. I worked with Secret Service in the DA's office with regard to counterfeiting, and they had, which doesn't surprise me, that they were also dealing with some of the other evidence here because they have a lot of technology to deal with that. So yes, the Secret Service has an investigative function as well. So as we get into this plea deal, I'm interested to hear more about what he has to say. So for those of you that don't know what this plea deal is, this is what we're going to talk about now. No, the defendant has not been sentenced yet. The defense attorney said earlier today that they believe that the defendant will have things to say at sentencing. I'm interested to hear more about what the plea deal entailed from the perspective of the prosecutor, but we know that these are all consecutive sentences. So again, even if there are more victims tied back to this defendant, he is getting 3 consecutive life sentences plus 4 25 to life sentences consecutive. So if you add it up, it's life plus life plus life plus 100 to life plus life plus life plus life. So all. Tex asked, will sentencing be streamed? Well, in so much as yesterday was streamed, maybe because it's not under oath, they will stream what he has to say. Who knows? So continuing with the plea deal, and just for those of you that are, I know that as press conferences get long, it's kind of hard to check back in. So check back in, and we're going to listen to more about the plea deal.
The defendant has pled guilty to 3 counts of murder in the first degree pertaining to the murders of Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. And all of those 3 individuals were killed within 18 months between July of 2009 and September of 2010. That enabled us, the proximity of those murders enabled us to charge those 3 murder one
As a special
counts.
circ.
In addition to
So when we talked about this and Adele will get to this. Adele said, why only 3 consecutive and then 25 years to life? Here's why. We're gonna reference another case and then we'll be back here. When we went through Judge A talking about the charges in the Banfield case, remember how Judge A was talking about one of the special circumstances being multiple murder, but because the multiple murders are the 2 victims, you can't have 2 counts of multiple murder special circ homicide because you only have the 2. So he is talking about their special circ statute, which has a range of time with multiple murders within that window of time. So allowing for those 3 murders from July 2009 to September 2010 are multiple murders, and then those become your like special circ murder plus that is eligible for LWOP, life without parole. New York has not had a death penalty since 2004, I think is what we were talking about earlier. So that takes you from premeditated murder into a aggravated murder, special circumstance murder. It just depends on the jurisdiction, what you call it. And those are eligible for life without parole. Then you get to a premeditated murder in New York that is the 25 to life. Those are outside of that window. So they're not aggravated. They don't have that circumstance of being multiple murders within a period of time. So then you have your kind of standard, and they're going to tier it differently, murder 1 versus murder 2, but it's your aggravated murder versus your premeditated murder, or your special circumstance murder versus your premeditated murder. The way that they number it in each jurisdiction is different, but we've seen this in a lot of the cases we've talked about. So that special circumstance in the Corey Richens case was pecuniary gain and poisoning. The circumstance in the Banfield case was the multiple murders within a time frame. The multiple murders here are within that window, and they could prove that those murders happened between 2009 and 2010, but the other murders are outside of that window for this statute in New York, and that's why they are 25 to life cases. Hopefully that makes sense. What is the practical effect of all of this? He's never getting out of prison. But hopefully explaining the way the law works helps, because the sentencing is different and it is called different things in the different cases we watch. So as he gets through this, I'm going to just let him navigate the whole thing at once. But that was a question that I saw come up quite a lot in the chat, so I wanted to try to answer that for you. It's the way that the law works with I've started just calling it murder plus, like premeditated murder and then murder plus, and there has to be a plus thing. The plus thing, in this case, multiple murders. Corey Richens, pecuniary gain and poisoning were the plus, the thing that takes it up into LWOP. In Banfield, it was the 2 murders happening together. So we've just renamed it murder plus versus premeditated.
Megan Waterman and Amber Costello, and all of those 3 individuals were killed within 18 months between July of 2009 and September of 2010. That enabled us, the proximity of those murders enabled us to charge those 3 murder 1 counts. In addition to the sentences of that is life without the possibility of parole. With regard to the other 4 victims, they pled guilty to 4 counts of murder in the 2nd degree. That's Sandra Castilla, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Valerie Mack, and Jessica Taylor. Those sentences 25 to life to run consecutive to each other and to the murder one charges. This defendant has additionally agreed to accept responsibility for the murder of Karen Vergata. And again, the sentence will be 25 years to life plus without the possibility of parole on the first 3 and 25 to life on the last 4, all of which is going to run consecutive. So we have 3 life without parole sentences and
Life
4
plus life plus
25
life.
to life sentences, all to
100
run
plus life plus life
consecutive.
plus life plus life.
So, with that, I'm going to turn it over to our
and we're not hearing any more about that plea deal, but that's how they navigated the different charging with the essentially aggravated versus first degree.
Law enforcement partners. So I'm just going to leave with this. This case closes and another one opens. There are still bodies on that beach. There are still bodies in Suffolk County. There's no rest for the weary. We are going to continue
There are still cold cases.
to work with our partners and to try to obtain closure for as many families as we can. Thank you very much. Catalina.
That's the feed, not you. So they're turning this over to law enforcement.
Thank you, District Attorney Tierney.
To law enforcement partners. I got to say, we've been in Massachusetts for so long. It's kind of nice to hear a little New York. I got to be honest. So, all right, let's hear what law enforcement has to say.
The calm, serene, almost grandfatherly image that Rex Heuermann portrayed since his arrest.
Sir, are you reading the same situation that I'm reading? Because that's not like Donna Adelson. Yes, Donna Adelson we can call grandmotherly. Calm, serene, and grandfatherly is not what I see when I look at that man. However, yeah, I'm not reading that situation the same way. However, I have seen him since his arrest, knowing what he's charged with. So, I don't think my perception is tainted by that. But ask the women. And no, because grandfatherly is not what it's giving. Like Donna, I can see it. Donna, you look at Donna and you're like, I can see why some people might think that. I don't, there is nothing calm or serene for me. But again, interesting. I think that's how he's trying to see himself, but let's let him finish. Cause I had such a visceral reaction to that. I was like, nope, 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 nope.
Thank you, District Attorney Tierney.
Visceral
the calm,
reaction.
serene, almost grandfatherly image that Rex Heuermann portrayed since his arrest was a lie.
Tried to portray.
And quite frankly, an insult to both law enforcement, but more importantly, the families that had to endure that during every court appearance over the last 2.5 years. Today, he was exposed for exactly what he is. A sadistic, soulless, murderous monster. And thankfully...
Well, Emily, you paused too soon. I had a very visceral reaction. And though chat doesn't name call, sir, I'm just going to back up so you can name call again, because I think it might be cathartic to the chat. So I'm just going to back up and let you do that again, because though we don't name call, you are saying the things. That was the most keep reading ever.
Thank you, District Attorney Tierney. The calm, serene, almost grandfatherly image that Rex Heuermann portrayed since his arrest was a lie. And quite frankly, an insult to both law enforcement, but more importantly, the families that had to endure that during every court appearance over the last 2.5 years. Today, he was exposed for exactly what he is. A sadistic, soulless, murderous monster. And thankfully, everybody today got to see that. I want to thank all of the members of law enforcement who were a part of this. As long a list as Ray, but Most importantly, I want to thank the Suffolk County Police Department, both past and present. We have many retirees who came out here, participated in this case because, like Ray said, they cared, and this was a part of them for a long time. All of our
chat is just like ditto. See, we're not name calling. I mean, it's descriptive, truly, but it's just like, yes. That's just like, yes, agree.
Law enforcement partners, everybody who was involved in this task force really did, really an amazing job. So thank you to everybody who was involved in this. And to the families, no one can ever replace the lives that were taken from all of you, and way too often they were way too young. But, we hope that this brings some measure of solace to you. Thank you. Thank you for all your cooperation.
Next, we'll hear from Sheriff Toulon.
I want to thank the district attorney and this entire task force for the hard work that they've done over the last 2.5 years. Today's plea delivers a measure of justice to families who have waited decades for answers after unimaginable loss. While nothing can bring the loved ones back, I am proud we were able to hold Rex Heuermann accountable. Again, thanking the DA and the Police Commission and all the men and women who worked tirelessly. I also want to thank my staff, to uproot an entire jail security system to accommodate an individual of this magnitude over the last 2.5 years. Our staff has done a phenomenal job in our Riverhead facility where he's been housed, and also the staff that has been assigned to our anti-trafficking initiative. And since his arrest in 2023, my priority has been ensuring that he was safely housed in our correctional facilities because justice needed to be served in the courts and not in our jails. This responsibility is one for me. And
a lot of you have asked where he was housed. That answers that question. In Riverdale, not the TV show. But also, I appreciate the acknowledgement that that the sheriff is like, some of you were saying, no, Emily, Riverhead, not Riverdale. Okay, fair. It was my brain that totally fucked it up. But he's saying, look, we wanted justice to be served in the courts. We didn't want something to happen to him in custody. And that's fair, but that is also an undertaking. That is an undertaking.
My officers who have taken very seriously. And I spent my entire career in corrections overseeing some of the most notorious individuals, and what has been the most alarming is how ordinary Heuermann has been. It's a chilling reminder that those capable of horrific acts can often go unnoticed. And another reminder of how much great investigative work has been done to finally apprehend and have a plea today.
Sir, can you tell him again that he's ordinary? Can you tell him again that he's ordinary? That he's just mundane? I feel like he wouldn't like that very much. Can you do it again?
Most importantly, today is about the victims and their families. You have endured profound loss and years without answers. We hope this guilty plea brings all of you some peace and closure. Our thoughts remain with you and your loved ones today and always. Thank you.
Next we'll hear.
Again, appreciate the sheriff's statement. And I do appreciate that law enforcement is like, keeping it fairly succinct. It also doesn't feel like a victory lap, which I really appreciate. The tone of the statements I appreciate, though I had a visceral reaction earlier. I should have just kept reading. But I appreciate the tone and the solemnity that is, and the weight of it, as they continue on through this press conference.
From Special Agent in Charge of the FBI.
The who?
Rafa.
The who? I will never get bored of that.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yep. Looks, yep. 10 up. Yep. That tracks. Yep. FBI.
I'm Michael Rada, the Special Agent in Charge of FBI New York Field Office Criminal Division. I'm proud to stand alongside.
Y'all busy. Special Agent in Charge of the New York You're busy. You're very busy. But like, yep, that there's a Fed. Yep. Yeah, you're very busy.
Suffolk County Police Department Commissioner Kevin Catalina, Suffolk County District Attorney Tierney, Suffolk County Sheriff Toulon, to announce the plea of Rex Heuermann, the Gilgo Beach serial killer. Today's announcement highlights the importance of partnerships and perseverance. For decades, the families of these women have been left searching for answers and waiting for justice. This ends today because these agencies before you never gave up. The detectives, the troopers, the agents tirelessly chased every lead and left no stone unturned. In 2011, FBI New York began collaborating with the Suffolk County Police Department to find out who was responsible for these cold-blooded murders.
2011.
Our office leveraged many resources, some of which have been described already, over the years to include our CAST, our cellular analysis survey teams, behavior analysis teams, evidence response teams, the surveillance groups, forensic and document lab teams at Quantico, and investigative genealogy tools to identify some of Heuermann's victims and help Suffolk County Police piece this puzzle together. The close coordination across every agency ensured that a monster lurking in our community was held accountable for his heinous crimes. While we'll never be able to fill the hole in the lives of the victims' loved ones, I hope that today brings a small sense of closure. Once again, I'd like to thank our state and local partners for their unwavering determination and investigative grit, and that includes the retired agents, detectives, and troopers that are here today. To see them sitting in that courtroom today in the back of that room was really awe-inspiring. To see their commitment to justice doesn't end when they hand in their badge and gun when they retire. Finally, thank you to the agents and analysts of FBI New York Long Island Safe Streets Task Force, the Special Operations Group, our CAST folks, Investigative Genealogy Program folks, and I'd really like to thank DA Tierney and your office for what you did and the resolve that you showed in this case. Just tremendous. Thank you all.
So, Zach, Rafa has just been appointed from New Jersey to head the New York office, and we thank him for coming today, and we're really looking forward to continuing our great relationship with the FBI and our federal partners. Last but not least, we're going to hear from the state troopers and Chris Casal. Chris Casal was with us. Then he went to I believe Albany or New York City. He's back with us. We couldn't be happier, but he's going to say a few words.
Thank you, DA Tierney. I'm Major Christopher Casal. I served as the troop commander for the New York State Police, Troop L. Today marks a significant moment for Long Island and for the families who have endured.
Hello, sir. Everybody had been wondering where your uniform was from, so I'm glad that you are on the mic and appreciated. There is no, I don't know, the amount of task forces involved are substantial.
Unimaginable loss for many years. The guilty plea of Rex Heuermann represents a measure of accountability in a case that has deeply impacted our communities. While this brings us closer to justice, pain suffered by the victims and their loved ones. This outcome is a result of years of persistent investigative work and strong collaboration among our law enforcement partners who made up the Gilgo Beach Homicide Task Force, and I commend all of them for their dedication and extraordinary work on this case. It reflects an unwavering commitment to our mission to never forget the victims and to continue pursuing justice, regardless of how much time has passed. This case not only underscores the importance of coordination across agencies, but the role of advancements in forensic science, technology, and intelligence sharing.
A huge part of this.
Today is not a day of celebration. It is a day of reflection, accountability, and remembrance. We honor the victims and stand with their families who have shown extraordinary strength and resilience. The state police and all the agencies you see represented here remain committed to serving our communities and to the continued pursuit of justice for every case that is entrusted to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And now that you're back, we look forward to resuming our great relationship with you. Obviously we have a lot of victims' families here. I believe that we are going to, Gloria Allred represents a number of those victims, and I think they asked for Gloria to come forward and make a statement on behalf of many of the victims.
And that answers why
we'll
Gloria
call Ms.
Allred is
Allred.
there.
Thank you. I'm attorney Gloria Allred, and I represent a number of the family members who suffered the terrible fate of the tragedy that was inflicted on their loved one. Today, Rex Heuermann, who thought he had the perfect blueprint and plan for serial murder, pled guilty to the murder of 8 young women. Some of these murder victims were young mothers just trying to earn a little extra money to support their children. Because many did not have funds to go to college or get a decent job that would help them to provide adequate support for their children, they turned to sex work in order to help their families. It wasn't what they wanted to do, but it was what they felt forced to do because they had no meaningful alternatives. Some wanted to help their parents, their grandparents, and their loved ones. Some just wanted to survive in this difficult and challenging world. Little did they know that the defendant, Rex Heuermann, did not care about their hopes and dreams, or that they had families and friends who loved them. He appeared to care only for himself and executing what he thought was his perfect blueprint for murder.
I don't disagree
The
with
evidence
that.
gathered and articulated in the prosecutor's response to the defendant's bail application demonstrated that the defendant had a, quote, planning document, end quote, utilized by Heuermann to methodically blueprint and plan out his
That's
kills.
true.
And those are quotes from the bail.
I can link the bail document if, and I'm just going to put a note on that. If you would like to read it, I will add the bail document. I will add a link to it in the description if you want to read it. It is a thorough document. You won't unknow what you learn in it, but I will link it in case you want to take a look at that later. But yes, when she's talking about there being a blueprint, literally a blueprint. All right, you guys I'll grab a link for it from us so you don't have to worry about downloading it off the interwebs. I'll put it on Scribd so you guys can download it. So, just a heads up, it is detailed, but literally a blueprint.
Bail application. He also believed he had a perfect plan to avoid collection of evidence against him and to evade capture by law enforcement.
Well, he evaded for
However,
quite a while.
what he had thought was his perfect blueprint for
Science-
serial murder
Science showed up
did
and
not take
fucked it
into
up.
account the courage and the persistence of the murder victims' family members who refused to give up until the murderer of their loved ones was found, convicted, and sent to prison for the rest of his life.
There is a lot in this that reminds me of Banfield, where I believe, and this is just my speculation, I believe that Banfield believed that people wouldn't follow through looking at Joseph Ryan as a victim the way that I think that these victims were targeted, so that law enforcement would not continue to pursue their murders. And for a while, he was correct, but not forever. There was a choice. There was a very concerted choice made by him in picking his victims that is very analogous for me to what we just watched in the Banfield case.
Without the possibility of parole. Many of the murder victims' family members became the voices of their loved ones, crying out for them not to be ignored and forgotten, and demanding answers and justice for them. Many of those family members whom I represent are here today. It was bittersweet for them to be in court and hear the defendant plead guilty to the murder of their loved one
and admit
and
it.
the manner
Right.
of their death. But the truth was important to them, and they heard it today. Last week, they were faced with a difficult question. Did they agree with the Suffolk County District Attorney's decision to agree to accept the defendant's plea of guilty in lieu of trial? Or would they have preferred that a trial take place so that they could hear all of the evidence that the prosecutor would seek to admit against the defendant?
Anyone wants to hear all.
In a few moments, you will hear their answers to that question. And I will ask them to come up to the microphone, or if they would prefer to stay where they are, they can answer from there. In no particular order.
Yeah, all would have been hard.
Family members of Megan Waterman, please come forward and state your name and relationship to Megan Waterman. Elizabeth Meserve is her aunt. A little louder, please, Elizabeth.
Can you take her the mic,
Or
ma'am?
can you come up here?
I mean, do we have a walking mic? Can we take her a mic? No? Okay.
Thank you.
So my name is Elizabeth Meserve. I'm Megan Waterman's aunt, and I helped to raise her daughter. And on behalf of Megan, we definitely accept the plea.
Thank you. And also, we have with us Megan's daughter, Liliana Waterman. Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
There is a walking mic. Wonderful. There we go.
Thank you. Here.
My name is Liliana Waterman. I am the daughter of Megan Waterman, and on behalf of her and my aunt and all of our family back home, we do accept, and we are very, very thankful for everything that they've done for us.
Thank you. Family members of Melissa Bartholomew, please come forward and state your name and relationship to Melissa Bartholomew. Lynn Bartholomew, mother? No? Okay. Amanda Funderburg, sister?
I do wish they had discussed beforehand if people wanted to make a statement or not, because I think it would be really hard to be sitting there in the moment. And if you didn't want to make a statement and have your name called, you might feel compelled or obligated. And that's a really hard thing to do in a front of cameras, be on an already very emotional day, on top of a very emotional week. And it's tough. Just really, really tough. I wish they had just decided beforehand who is going to speak and just go with that. It's hard.
I made it.
I'm smiling because as she got to the mic, she said, I made it. What a hard day.
I'm Elizabeth Vakeel. I'm Jessica Taylor's mother. And I am glad that this is over as far as him pleading guilty. It took a big chunk of stress off of me and my family.
Thank you. And and you accept the plea?
Oh, yes, I accept the plea.
I don't know why they need
wholeheartedly.
I don't know
Thank you
why
so
they
much.
need to. I don't know why we need everybody saying that they accept the plea. I don't quite understand why we're doing this. If they want to make a statement about their loved one, like an impact statement, I agree. But like, we accept the plea. She made the statement on behalf of them and has talked to them. I think it's fine to just let Gloria make that statement, but it feels awkward to me. But if they want their representative to make a statement, just make a statement and say they're happy for the plea deal. But it's fair. Kim said maybe it's so the media won't ask them or go. To me, it feels like Gloria Allred could have just made that statement if they wanted her to, and then we could be just done. But
and then we have Jasmine Robinson, who is a cousin of Jessica Taylor, victim Jessica Taylor. She okay?
Can you just take the mic to them? Just take the mic to them.
Okay. Family members of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, please come forward and state your name and relationship to Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Missy Khan's sister, Nicolette Brainerd Barnes' daughter, Dylan Haggett, son. This is Nicolette.
I am Nicolette Brainerd Barnes, the daughter of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and on behalf of my mother, I accept this plea.
Thank you. Dylan Haggett.
It just sits oddly with me. I just wish, I don't know, if they needed, or wanted to make a statement, like an impact statement, like a victim impact statement, that they would be able to make an impact statement. It feels weird to me to have to step up and say, I accept this plea. I don't like it. That is my preference. It's just, they don't have to do this. I wish they would have just left it with the statement that she made. And then if anyone wanted to make a statement on behalf of their loved one, let them do it. I don't like it.
I am Dylan Haggett, the son of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and I accept the plea.
They can still give impact statements. They can give impact statements at sentencing. They 100% can, but they don't need to accept the plea. That goes between them and the DA. And again, I'm now repeating myself, but there's room for her to just make a statement saying, I represent these families. We had these conversations about the plea deal. They are on board with not wanting this to go through trial. And they're glad that justice has been found for their loved one. But no, they don't have to accept the plea deal. What happens if they say they don't accept the plea deal? Nothing. Other than maybe questions from the media. So.
Okay.
And they can make impact statements in court.
So I think we have everyone that I represent. If there's anyone I don't represent who would like to say something, feel free to come forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Again,
the
it's
defendant's
a very hard
plan to
day.
get away with the murders he committed
They might need time
was also
to just
unsuccessful.
process.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Okay, I could actually just use this. Thank you. Somebody else. Oh, good. Just say your name, please.
I'm Diane Doherty, and I'm the mother of Karen's sons, Eric and Gary. And I just want to say I'm thankful that we came to a conclusion that brought peace to everybody. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Again, I'm thankful we came to a conclusion that brought peace to everybody. Feels much more natural than I accept this plea deal.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, she will. Okay, good. Thank you. The defendant's plan to get away with the murders he committed was also unsuccessful because many law enforcement officers who participated in this massive investigation were so dedicated. We would like to thank each and every one of you who contributed to bringing the defendant to justice. We deeply appreciate you and your dedication to finding, testing, and preserving evidence for this case. The result today would never have been achieved without your hard work and sacrifice. Even if we cannot meet and thank each one of you in person, please know that your efforts on behalf of the families, loved ones, are respected and appreciated. We look forward to thanking as many of you as possible after the time of the sentencing in June. The journey to justice has been painful for each family member who I represent. In conclusion, Melissa Kahn, also known as Missy, would like to share her feelings about this day and the almost 2 decades in which she has sought justice for her sister, Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Missy.
I just want, can I have my family behind me?
Of course you can,
perfect.
sure.
Thank you.
Would you like to use this?
Let's see.
Yeah, okay.
Hello? Okay.
We can hear you.
Hi, my name's Melissa Can. Everybody calls me Missy, and I'm the sister of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and this is my family, well, some of it. First, I want to begin by thanking the district attorney, his office, the detectives, the FBI, the New York State Police, and the entire task force. For years, they never stopped. They carried this case with determination and heart, and our family will forever be grateful. We are forever thankful for the work that led us here. Finally, a sense of relief. The guilty plea brings solace, and I like to thank everyone who had a part in that fight for justice. Thank you to our lawyer, Gloria Allred. I also would like to thank the media for continuing to keep this case in the public eye. Today is not about the person responsible. Today is about the women's lives who were stolen. It is about their voices, their future, and their families, the love that still surrounds them. They are the reason why we are here. 19 years, I lived in the space between heartbreak and hope. Throughout these years, I searched for answer, for truth, for justice. There were moments when the weight felt unbearable, but I never gave up. Maureen was never forgotten, not for a single moment. From the day she went missing until today, she has been carried in every breath, every memory, every fight for answers. This has been a long journey of hope that one day we would stand here and say her name with justice beside it. Today, that long, painful journey brings us to this moment. Our mission, our promise to Maureen is finally met with accountability. For Melissa's, Megan's, Amber's, Jessica's, Valerie's, Sandra's, and Karen's family, I stand with you in deep love and understanding. No one should ever have to walk this path, yet here we all are, connected by loss, by strength, and the unbreakable bond of our loved ones. The bond some of us has created has been one that is unique in a sense that it did not form from a previous friendship or blood. It was created by trying to pick up the pieces of our world that had shattered in tragedy. And I am so grateful for us. To every family out there still searching, still waiting, still holding on, please do not give up hope. Even when it feels impossible, even when the years pass and the silence grow heavy, keep going. Your loved ones matter. They are not forgotten, and one day answers can come. Finally, to Maureen, the promise I made to you so long ago was simple. Sorry.
No,
I
don't
will never
apologize. You're
stop
doing
searching
amazing.
for justice for you. Through every year, every setback, every
You're doing
every
so
unanswered
good.
question, I carried you with me, and I kept that promise. And today, it has been done. Justice has finally found its way to you. Your voice was never silenced, your story never forgotten, and your life will always be more than the tragedy that took you. This moment is not the end, but a reminder that love endures, truth prevails, and hope never fades, because even in the darkest moments, justice will find its way. Thank you.
Good for you, Missy. That is not easy to do. And she did it absolutely beautifully. I wish we had just heard from Missy. Missy, you were amazing. You've done your sister proud. And I think it's really hard to share how difficult of a fight that is, and also try to honor your loved one and honor everyone else in this, and also give a note of hope to those who still don't have answers. What an incredible testament to her family, to her sister, and to herself. Just a beautifully done, Missy, and not an easy thing. Good job taking deep breaths. Just wonderfully done and beautifully said. Takes an incredible amount of strength, and I'm glad she was able to put that to voice for her family and all the others. What a hard day for them. All right. I imagine we've got to be almost done with this press conference. Hopefully. Okay, everybody, deep breath. Deep breath. Deep breath. She did great.
The victims will not be answering questions. I call them the victims because they are also victims, even though they are family of murder victims.
Well, under the statute, I think they count. They are indeed also victims. Yeah, we'll talk. For those of you, we'll talk more about Missy another day, because there's a lot of history there too.
I can take one question.
I love that she's like, I'll take one question.
Yes, sir. Could you speak up a little, please?
So after today's proceeding, the defense attorney, Michael Brown, when asked, why did he accept the plea deal all of a sudden, why didn't he want to go through? Because he kept saying all the while, the last years, innocent, why now? Why all of a sudden?
It is very hard to hear the media, but I think the question is, why now? Why this plea? Why do you think he pled?
And his answer was, quote, he's certain.
Okay, so now he's quoting what the defense attorney said to Gloria to ask her opinion on it, I suppose.
Why didn't he want to go through? Because he kept saying all the while, the last years, innocent, why now? Why all of a sudden? And his answer was, quote, he certainly wanted to save the families of the victims the ordeal that was going to trial. I just wanted to hear what the victims' families thought of that sentence as far as answer.
Not much. Yeah.
I saw something on Facebook today that the New York Post is still calling our girls sex workers. Stop it.
I don't have.
So the media wants the opinion of Gloria Allred about what the defense said, and the family's like, hey, can we knock it off? Right. Our girls are victims who were hunted and murdered. Right. Good for you.
I don't have a comment on anything he says. Perhaps the district attorney does.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah. So thank you, Ms. Allred. Thank you, Missy. Thanks to the victims. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Well, you know, I think traditionally a change of plea is when,
when the defendant realized there are no avenues left. There are no avenues left. What is a change of plea? There are no avenues left.
They plead guilty to every single count in the indictment. In this sense, you know, we are going to be dismissing 3 charges. So that is a plea deal. Obviously, he's getting the maximum under the sentence. So how you categorize that, I would leave it to everyone.
I mean, I have thoughts.
Yes.
It seems like one of the only cases that's pretty much unsolved on Ocean Parkway, except for Tatiana this age ago. It seems you've solved all the other cases. So where does that go now? Do you have any sense?
I can't hear the question. We'll see.
So I know, Mary, you're going to get sick of hearing this because I say it every time.
Well, he knows exactly who's asking the questions. Hopefully he'll repeat the question and the answer a little bit.
Doesn't matter what I think, it matters what I can prove. You've heard that before, right, Mary? I think that, you know, first thing we need to, there's a number of things we can do, but a huge step in moving that case forward would be to finally identify that individual. We're continuing to work with IGG.
They're asking about the outstanding Doe victim. That's what I think the media is asking about based on his answer, and using IGG to start to identify the victim, the unknown Doe victim that's been connected to this case. But others, if there are other victims or other cold cases that they don't have victim identity on, they will use IGG. It's part of the push-pull with having DNA. This is a much more complicated topic than we are going to broach today, but with having DNA in the system, because the only way that IGG can really work is if another relative or family member has DNA already in the system. And so if there isn't any, there's not much the IGG can do until databases grow, and there is very valid push-pull on that conversation. But that is part of the difficulty here, is if you have a profile and have nothing to match it to, then you have nothing to match it to.
And hopefully that we can do that, but we'll continue to work that case. We'll continue to work all the other, unfortunately, many cases in Suffolk County. So.
Search that Rex Heuermann did, which referred to a slang word for a feminine Asian woman. So does that lead you to believe that he may have been involved with men?
Again, doesn't matter what I believe; it matters what I can prove. So, you know, I'll leave the belief and the conjecture up to whoever wants to do that. I'm going to, you know, continue to do what we do, speak through our indictments, and you know, we are where we are, but we're going to continue to work forward, and that's so gratifying to be able to.
That's the role of a prosecutor. You cannot, even if you believe someone did a thing, it does not matter if you cannot prove it, and it would not be ethical for the prosecutor of the county to stand up and say, yeah, I believe all of this is this or that, if you cannot prove it. I appreciate the restraint. We have seen prosecutors fail to exercise such restraint, and I have criticism for them when they do that. This is appropriately restrained. They also did not ever say that they were going to stop working, because they're not.
To provide closure for these families, hopefully for that individual and his family and the people who cared about him, we want that same closure.
Right.
Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sometimes closure takes time.
Oh, it most certainly is case law.
But I mean, it's not appeals.
Do you work for the defense? It is.
Damn it! What was that question? I didn't hear it. Oh, it is so hard to hear. Okay.
not set as case law for this case.
I just want to see if I can hear what the question is because the answer was funny. So I'm going to try to gain this up a little on my end so I can hear, and then I'll try to tell you, but we'll see.
Oh, it most certainly is case law.
But I mean, it's not appeals.
Do you work for the defense? It is. We prevailed in the Fry hearing. It happens all the time. Not every time that you make law.
The DNA. This is back to the use of the DNA, which is going to be and has been at the forefront of cases. So this is dealing with the DNA.
New York State, does the case result in a trial? So, you know, that is the existing law since that decision, you know, like we knew it would. Nuclear DNA from hair samples has moved forward. We're on even stronger footing than we were at the time of the hearing. So we feel great about it, and we're happy. And, you know, we're going to use that science. We're going to defend that science, and, you know, let's do it. We feel great about it because the science is most definitely on our side.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, Channel 7. Can you talk about the moment in court this morning when you listed off all 8 names? That was a profound moment.
I hear the media asking about the moment in court that he listed all the victims' names. The reporter said that was a profound moment, and they are talking about that more now.
And then kind of explain, like, the allocution, how you came up with that questioning and why you answered it that way, because obviously different jurisdictions are different ways. So can you help us answer that, why it was like that, and then what it was like for you?
Yeah, I think we wanted to synopsize, so we wanted to name the victims, right? Because it's about them. We wanted, and we're talking, starting in 1993, ending in September of 2010, we have these 8 women, right? And all of the years in between. So I think it provided a context of this defendant and what he's done and what he pled guilty to. So it was important for us to do it in that way. And then with regard to the allocution, every jurisdiction, there are elements for murder or what have you. Those elements are slightly different, and but in every jurisdiction, you have to prove each and every element of the crime charged against the defendant. So, for instance, when you ask the defendant how old he is, that's an element. He has to be above the age of 18. So, it's really the allocution is really guided by the elements of the crime, and it has to be satisfactory to the judge. So that's just the way we decided to do it.
There's a follow-up on that.
So talk to us to that. Why you didn't say I'm guilty or guilty as opposed to answering a question.
I mean, I think that's just the way we do it in New York. I mean, that's a standard plea, so he had, mid-responsibility allocated to it. So that's that. We still have the sentencing, so we'll hear more on, from that.
The allocution at plea that he's talking about is sometimes what I call a factual basis, asking not just are you pleading guilty to this charge for this victim, but essentially are you admitting the different parts of each crime? And for those that are asking or even haven't asked, the sentencing date is going to be June 17th, 2026. I have no idea how that will be shared, not shared, streamed, not streamed. I don't know. But I'm keeping an eye on it because I'm interested.
Yeah, we're not, we're not going to have individual investigators speak. Again, we want to thank Trooper or Investigator Attai for the great work she did in that regard, and very emblematic of all the great work that was done in this case.
Are you
investigations on unsolved murders, and were any promises made of no further charges?
They're talking about promises made.
So with regard to the no further charges, that pertains to the 8 murders.
And he's clarifying this again. It pertains to the eight victims that were identified at this plea.
Murders that were discussed. That's it. So with regard to other investigations, those potential investigations are not covered by the plea in this case. So we'll just have to see what happens with, see how that unfolds. But the plea and the coverage pertains to the 8 women that we were discussed in court today. That's it. Yes. Again, what we do is, when somebody wants information, we give it to them, and we share that information all the time. We've been sharing information. We'll continue to share that information. I think when people talk about, now he's going to, after sentencing, he'll go into CODIS, I said this before, but I want to make clear, we have the ability as investigators to provide evidence in our case on a case-by-case basis. So in other words, if there's a case in a state and they want specific information about one of our cases, we could share it, and we've done that.
Right. Interesting. He was saying there's conversation about the fact that now the defendant's DNA will hit CODIS, which means it can be run against other cold cases, many other cold cases in the system, because now it will be in the CODIS system. But also that if other agencies reach out to them and ask for profiles, because they have a profile of the defendant, that they would share that. So again, cases can still be tied back going forward.
We get any information on that as far as what division is going to be working with or the development?
Yeah, sure. Again, I think that, the FBI does such phenomenal work, but then you have, the real work that the FBI does, and then, the work you see on TV. So, one of the many great units that the FBI has is behavioral analysis unit. And that is, that unit, at one of its core missions is like a clinical role. In other words, they're going to interview the defendant, gain insight into his motivations and background as sort of an academic and scientific exercise. So that's what that's about. They're a clinical. Those are clinical interviews. Those aren't investigative interviews. I believe that they're going to limit that to just the 4 corners of what he pled guilty to and try to gain.
Interesting. So he's talking about the work with the FBI. The FBI! Limiting it to the 4 corners of what he pled to. So not offering immunity, not doing investigation, clinical, which is interesting. For those of you asking about CODIS, CODIS. It is the Combined DNA Index System. You hear about it in a lot of cases. Will this be uploaded to CODIS? Will this be linked to CODIS? Will this be in CODIS? You've heard a lot about that in, well, almost all the cases. DNA factors so heavily into a lot of the cases that we cover. But yes, that is what the acronym is. Hopefully that helps. Continuing on. A lot of you are like, we know this. I know, because TV. So continuing on.
Insight, so they could gain insight and knowledge going forward on new cases, and that's kind of what the FBI does.
The FBI!
The media questions are just so
yeah,
hard
I
to
believe
hear.
it was. It was a Ram Charger owned by him, and it was Sandra Castilla.
They're asking about the terms of the plea deal.
No. I was a federal prosecutor, and as a federal prosecutor, you have a lot more I would say, sway with the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and you could sort of dictate, those things.
Oh, they're talking about housing.
In the state, the state.
You get what you get, and you don't get upset in the state. And if the state's full, they will get shuffled off to somewhere else. So if they don't have control over housing. Like, where will he be housed? I don't know. People are always very interested in that. I'm not judging. It's just curious to me that people are always interested in where will they be housed. I'm like, prison. Period. But state prison. So even though the FBI is going to interview him, he will not be in federal prison. This is a state prison. And they will put him wherever they have room and where they can reasonably keep him safe. If they cannot keep him safe within New York prisons, they will move him somewhere else and he will go to prison in another state. That happens with compacts all the time. So it really just depends.
Department of Corrections does their thing. And so not only is there nothing in there, I don't believe I would really be able to do anything. Obviously, so that'll be a function of the Department of Corrections, but no.
They'll decide. I know people are curious about it. I know people are curious about it. State and federal are different. Once you're in state, you're in state. If state cannot keep you safe, does not have room for you, whatever, they move you. There was one particularly pen pally defendant that I had convicted that kept complaining about the state they had moved him to and thought that I had something to do with it. I'm like, I have nothing to do with where California has sent you for custody. Okay, you hate being in the state of Georgia. There's nothing I can do about it. Also, Georgia's lovely, but there's nothing I can do about it. That right to the California Department of Corrections. So yes, that happens.
When you started talking to Mr. Brown, when you started talking to families about where they were on that, just sort of the last few weeks coming to this.
Yeah, I mean, I think with regard to this, he's not serving less time. So, as far as that, it's pretty much the best we could do.
Yeah, the defendant's sentencing is just to all. He is sentenced to all. Just all. All.
But, I think every single case you have, there's these discussions and, talking about pleas as a prosecutor, that's third rail stuff because defendants have a presumption of innocence. They have a right to trial. So imagine if every time in one of my cases in my office, I said, "Oh, Smith, yeah, he's going to plead guilty."
Third rail is the most New York
he knows he did it.
Way to describe this.
That's third rail stuff. That's unethical behavior. So we don't talk about pleas.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Because it would be unethical as prosecutors because we're impeding upon that presumption of innocence. So we don't do that. Number one. Number two, we don't have control over what a particular defendant's going to do. And in every single case, there's talk of pleas. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it won't happen. We prepare a case, we go forward, we see what happens. I don't think, until the allocution was completed, I didn't know whether or not this was going to go through.
That's fair too.
You wait and see. I think people say, oh, it's going to be.
This attorney's probably been in court more than once where it's like, we're going to plea. And the court looks at the defendant and goes, so are you going to plea? And the defendant goes, nah. Do you need more time to talk to your lawyer? No, we're not doing this. Okay, yesterday we were doing this. Yeah, today we're not doing this. Yep. You don't know. You don't know until you know.
A plea, well, maybe.
Yeah, you don't know till you know. I agree with him. No, that plea's done now.
I think I've been doing this.
This plea's done now. It's done. He's pled. He's going to be sentenced. Life. Yeah. But that's done. At sentencing, that's not going to change.
30 years, and as a young prosecutor, you chase pleas. Every day you say, look, maybe we'll get a plea. We'll call. It makes you look desperate. It takes you away from your preparation. So you go forward. Wow. And if the defendant decides to plead guilty.
I don't know. In our office, I disagree, counsel. In our office, trial stats mattered. So maybe it was unique to me, but I was always like, we're going to trial. If you want to plea, you got to come talk to me, but we're going to trial. What are we starting with? We're starting with we're going to trial. We're going to trial. I want to be in trial. I want to go to trial. If I'm in trial, they can't grab me to go do other shit that I don't want to go do. I want to be in trial. When I'm in trial, everyone leaves me the fuck alone. When I'm in trial, I don't show up in my office and somebody goes, hey, can you go run this other courtroom for me? I want to be in trial. Put me in trial. There was no chasing pleas. Let's go to trial. You want to go to trial? I want to go to trial. Let's go. Let's just do it. I don't want to waste the energy talking about a plea. When we know we're going to trial, we're going to trial. That was me. But that might not be everybody. But no, I wouldn't negotiate against myself. If you want to plea, we'll talk about it. But you need to come to me. I'm not going to you. So I think it's funny that he was like, no, we were calling and asking. You sure your guy doesn't want to plea? No. Go to trial.
Go ahead and let him plead guilty, but it doesn't really factor into our mindset because a lot of times you're absolutely sure that a case is going to plead guilty. It doesn't. Other times you think it, and just the exact opposite. So you don't know, so you don't waste your time thinking about it.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with that. I agree with. I just always plan to go to trial. Then you're not caught unaware. You're not like, oh, this defendant's for sure going to plea, and then you're like, shit. It just it's kind of like just stay ready. You don't have time to just stay ready. That's kind of how I saw it. Just stay ready. And then if they want to plea, I mean, all that work goes away, sure, but I'm ADHD. It's really hard. It's harder to gear up than it is to downshift. Like if in your mind you've already decided something's not happening, trying to shift that to, oh shit, now it's happening is much more difficult. Going in with the mindset, and this might be a neurospicy thing, but going in with the mindset of like, we're just going to go to trial. And then if it doesn't, at least I was ready. Yep. So much easier.
A question for the families. Is there a personal anecdote or a favorite memory that you can share about your loved one?
So Mr. Allred just said that the families were not taking questions. So perhaps offline we could.
They're asking if there's a favorite anecdote people can share about their no.
You can address that. Yes.
Just to clarify, can you please explain how the plea deal came about? Was there one already on the table, or were you contacted by Mr. Heuermann's attorney?
They're asking how the plea came about.
I don't really think it's sort of organic. It happens organically. What happens is you sort of go
the defense already answered this.
Talking about it and just going forward, and then at a certain point in time there was discussion with regard to Karen Vergata, and that's done in a proffer setting where the defendant discloses, but you can't use it against them unless they waive that. So once that happened, we began to think that certainly a plea might occur, but you never know.
They're trying to ask about timing.
Yeah, well, normally, say this was a robbery case, right? And there's a maximum of 25 years, and the person could get 10 years, right? So you're negotiating, all right, I think we could dispose of this for 12 years or 10 years or 6 years or whatever it is. That's a normal plea. There was no negotiation with regard to numbers. So it was basically like, we'll continue to work this case.
That's it.
If it comes a time when this defendant, and it's the defendant's decision, when this defendant wants to plead guilty, we'll go ahead and take it. But we're not discussing, we'll give him this or we'll give him that. So there really wasn't all those discussions. And I can tell you that, the reason why this case pled guilty was because it was the defendant's decision to do so. The defendant wanted to plead guilty. If the defendant didn't want to plead guilty, the defense would have taken the case to trial, and we would have followed along. But it was at a certain point in time, it was the defendant's decision to say I'm pleading guilty.
Was it all out of the blue? I guess that's what I'm trying to know now.
No.
The agent is on information that we've read in the documents about these crimes. But now that it's not trial, is there a lot of Rex Heuermann that we will never know about?
Well, I mean, if you look at, I always talk about this, Mary, and we've talked about this, right? And I like to kid you, right?
Back to the same reporter that they talked about earlier. I think this reporter was asking about money, but yeah, Suffolk County probably saved hundreds of thousands, if not more, in this not going to trial. That's true. If they're asking about money. Yeah, that's true. The taxpayers of Suffolk County have saved themselves the overwhelming expense of this case.
When you say, well, we're talking about a case in this jurisdiction, and you ask me, and I'll say, what does the bail letter say? And you say, well, your jurisdiction is the only jurisdiction that does bail letters, right? Like, so we've provided a tremendous amount of evidence, and the evidence in this case is primarily almost. The lion's share of the evidence was the phone evidence, the financial records, the information with regard to the witness statement with regard to Amber Costello the night before, the Chevy Avalanche, the DNA. I think I said cellular phone analysis, and and of course the planning document and the mementos that were found. That's the case. I think there's a tremendous interest in this case, but when you get down to it, the actual commission of the crime, there were 2 witnesses to the commission of all of those crimes. And unfortunately, each time the other witness is no longer with us. So they're just certain, we can't answer every single question because there are no eyewitness to these cases.
When he was saying there are 2 witnesses to these crimes, what he is referring to is the defendant and the deceased victim. That's what he's talking about.
Okay, but somebody who thought for managers thought for a very long time would never be caught. And I know you're the district attorney, but there was a prosecutor today handling this guilty plea. How did it feel when he admitted?
Somebody's asking, how did it feel to the prosecutor?
I felt great. I mean, and the reason why I felt great was because I knew it would provide closure to the families. This is a tough.
He's done his job.
This is a tough forum for victims. The protections extend to the defendant, and it's a process that's tough on victims. So to go through an extensive trial would have been difficult for the family. So we're glad that we were able to spare the families of that, and that's what we're most happy with. So again, look at this deal, and you tell me what we offered and what we didn't offer, and I'll let you decide. I know what I think. Again, it very seldom matters what I think. So if we gave him a deal, then we gave him a deal.
I mean, they didn't really give him a deal. He pled and is getting the maximum potential sentence. That's not really, I mean, I guess it's a deal. They're not charging an 8th murder, and he got the maximum sentence. He was allowed to plea is basically where we're at.
The renewed effort to find this person, the task force. Your idea, I think the police department, the commissioner at the time, had an idea to have fresh eyes on this as well. How did that all come about and then very quickly lead to these leads?
Well, so when I ran for office, and when I spoke with the victims' families before I took office, I discussed this task force. And I said, if you look at Suffolk County, the history of this case, every time there's a new person on the case, prior to me getting there, you'll see they go out to Gilgo Beach, and all you guys follow, and they're walking along the beach looking for clues, presumably. I don't know what the heck they're doing. But it's a great media event, and it's a great opportunity to talk about all the great work they're doing and how close they are to catching someone. We did the exact opposite. When we came in, we wanted the one person who mattered, the murderer, to think it's business as usual. Yeah. We didn't say, "Hey, it's a slow day. Let's toss."
This is a mild amount of shade for predecessors. This is mild amount of shade to predecessors. However, if you are actually trying to catch someone, you are better off if they think that you have forgotten about them and that you really want the person that you are trying to prosecute, especially in this circumstance, to think you are all idiots, that you have not possibly figured it out, that you are not on their trail at all, that you have no idea what's happening, and that you're not working on it anymore at all. You want them to be sitting there going, idiots, idiots everywhere, because when they get smug, they get sloppy. Yeah, that is a very, very informed approach. But also, if people love the media, they're going to be in the media talking about the case, right? And that's a problem too.
Gilgo in the media pool, to sort of, get some clicks. We purposely wanted everyone, especially the individual who committed these crimes, to go to sleep, because when we wanted to work our case, develop our case, and when we proved it, right, when we got that grand jury indictment, we wanted to simultaneously arrest him and execute a whole bunch of warrants. And if he was lulled to sleep, we would get additional evidence, and that's precisely what happened. So I am very proud for the work that we and the other members of the task force did, because how we envisioned it happening, that's what happened.
Right.
Yes.
If you had to pick one precise turning point in the case that
They're asking about a turning point in the case.
would it be the car or what was it?
I'm sorry. I cut you off. I apologize for that.
They asked about what the turning point to the case was.
Anticipate your question. There's I don't think there was one. The phone evidence, financial evidence.
Right. These are puzzle pieces.
The mementos, the planning document, and the DNA evidence. Right off of those hairs. All of it is layered. And so when you take it all together, really, really significant. And I think the key for us was, when initially we had, the avalanche. Well, that's great. Let's get more. We had mitochondrial DNA. That's great. Let's get more. We had cellular data. Let's get financial records to link that in. So more. You have too much evidence. Too much evidence is not enough evidence. We realized this was a significant case. These families waited.
Honestly, I'm just distracted by this gentleman in the back. I cannot stop watching their facial expressions. I am very curious which agency, and I appreciate that they continue to try to stifle a yawn without making it look like they are yawning while the district attorney is speaking. But I am so distracted. I am so distracted.
Years. So we were going to make sure that when we brought this case to court, it was going to be a very strong, powerful case. And I can tell you, due to the work of these great agencies and these great people, to my left primarily, some to my right, we built a great case. And the reason why we built such a great case is because at no time did we ever say, well, that's enough. We're good. Keep on going.
So Ed, I had a question.
Sure. I'm sorry.
So at the end of your opening statement just now, you said this case closes and another one opens, but the task force have asked for help in identifying some other remains found out there.
So they're following up on his statement, when this case closes, another one opens. Are you going to be looking at other remains that were found in the same area? What does another case open mean?
I think those are still unidentified. So how could this case actually close?
Well, I'm talking about the case against Rex Heuermann and that indictment,
that
right?
case is
Which he
closed.
pled guilty to the murders of every single woman on that indictment, plus an eighth woman.
I'm ready to be
that
done.
case closes. But any case involving an unsolved homicide
Those
in
cases
Suffolk
stay
County,
open.
those cases remain open.
Yeah, of course.
Being looked at for other unsolved
cases that...
That's not the way it works. We don't presume that he did or didn't do any more cases. We go to
followed
each
the
case
evidence.
like we did with each of these women. We develop the evidence from those cases. We see where it leads us, and that's what we do. But a lot of other people in Suffolk County said, we think it's this person. We don't think anything. We go to the crime scene, we start at the crime scene, we develop the evidence, and we see where it leads us. That's it. When I'm ready to charge somebody, I will. But I'm not going to sit here and say, this murder, we think it's one or two of these people, maybe a third.
Right, they're not
We
doing
don't
that.
speculate.
Good.
We work until we get the evidence to speak through an indictment. Sorry, I don't.
Ma'am, this isn't Canton. Ma'am, we're not in Massachusetts. We're not going to just be like, let's connect all these unsolved murders to him and then close our files and be done. We're not doing that because there are a lot of possibilities. So we're going to keep working the cases, and then we're going to see where the evidence leads, and we're going to hope to solve them. But what we're not going to do is take a whole bunch of unsolved cases and try to lump them together with this defendant. That's all.
I mean, but I think that that's the way you do cases, and that's the way we do cases.
Agreed. Are we done?
Yeah.
We've been waiting for word on the baby that was found. Obviously, we know that Andrew Dice is in charge with Tatiana Jackson. But Tatiana, the baby in York County, is there any word that this could be connected to looking at Rex Heuermann for that case?
Yeah. So while we were doing this case, right, Nassau was working on the case involving Tanya Jackson, and they've brought an indictment, right? And prior to that, we brought our indictment, and Nassau gave us the space to work. We appreciate that. Now Nassau has brought their indictment. We're going to give them the space to work. So we'll leave it at that.
I can't hear that.
I'm sorry?
Reporter.
We had evidence linking him to the commission of this case. Whether we would have indicted it.
Yeah, the uncharged victim
I'm not
who he
sure.
admitted to today.
Certainly, once he accepted responsibility for it, that concluded our investigation. But so we took the win and went with it.
That's a wrap it up note.
Okay, so I think we got to call this because I think the families have travel plans. But
Yeah, the families
if you'd
are
like, we
exhausted.
could, offline, I could continue answering
That was a
questions.
wrap it up.
Thank you.
Post-it note.
I just want to thank
Ma'am, no. Snatched that microphone. Snatched that microphone with a fucking swiftness. Well, that was wild.
Offline, I could continue answering questions. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Sure.
I just want to thank District Attorney Ray Tierney because
He's walking
we
away.
had a question this morning from one of the victims. Since there is no trial, will they be able to ask questions about the evidence? And the District Attorney agreed.
Is walking away.
So we appreciate that very much. Thank you.
That could have been a press release. That could have been a press release. However, I do appreciate, this is now the very end of this press conference, I do appreciate the information that was shared there at the end. I'm going to try to wrap this up. I'm not going to get to all of our questions today because I have an appointment. The law nerds have let me know that my hair is not as purple as it should be, and I do not want to wreck my hairdresser's schedule. So I am going to have to wrap up. But everybody was just walking away. Here's the thing that I appreciate that we heard at the very, very end of the press conference was that the victims' families will be able to talk with and work with the district attorney's office to find out what other evidence might have come forward at trial. So there is an agreement with the prosecutor that the victims' families, now that this case is done, The victims' families will be able to sit down with the district attorney's office and hear more about the evidence in this case that they don't know about at this point. I appreciate that that detail was shared because it is something that we've seen frustration with in other cases. And it's something that when there is no trial, the victims' families don't get access to just the entire case file. It's not handed over to them. But the ability to sit down with the district attorneys and learn more about their family is really, really an important part of this. And I like and appreciate hearing that the DA's office is going to do that with the victims' families. For those of you that don't know a lot about this case, the sister that spoke, Missy, who had me in tears, I think she did an amazing job. If you look more into her story, she is one of the victims in this case who was called by the defendant on the phone. The time that she received that call, she was, 15 years old? And he was taunting her about her missing sister and knew who she was, knew what she looked like, talked about the things that he had done to her sister and taunted her. So she has lived with that. And so when she is speaking at this conference, it is a different level of personal for her because the person who killed her sister called her on the phone and taunted her about it. It is absolutely horrific. So when I talk about there being a lot more in this case, there is a lot more in this case. As we get into some of the civil lawsuits, maybe we will get into some of that. So I wanted to, again, share that detail for some of you that are newer to the case because it adds a level of gravity to what she had to say today. And I think as we get to the sentencing, we will see more about that. The sentencing is June 17th. It is not the only sister that was called. There was someone else was called as well. So I think there were two sisters that were called. But this is one of the sisters, it's my understanding, that was called. That's at least my understanding. Because he called both, right? No, I might be wrong, but I thought he called two of the victim's sisters. If I am confused with which Melissa, that's very possible. Chad is like, no, that's Melissa Bellamy's sister, Amanda, not Missy. Wrong sister. Thank you, Chad. I thought, and this is where the Melissas got crossed, Melissa victim, not Melissa sister. That helps. Again, it is a lot of information in this case. So apologies. It was only Amanda, Melissa's sister. I thought it was both. Then again, this is a very long case and it has been a very long time. So I appreciate it. This is why we do things live with chat, because chat's like, no, other one. Though I do still imagine we will hear about it at impact statements at sentencing. I hope that will be streamed to give closure, especially to the community that has been so impacted by this. I hope that we will see the entirety of the sentencing, including any allocution he gives, because it will not be sworn statements at this point. So we will see after what we heard the judge say today. But at the end of the day, where are we with the Long Island serial killer case? He has pled guilty. He pled guilty to 7 murders. He admitted to an 8th murder. The other counts that were dismissed were lesser counts, not murder counts. 3 of the counts were a aggravated murder or a murder, as I've been calling them, murder plus, because they happened within an 18-month period. So a multiple murder aggravator or multiple murder special circumstance. That takes a first-degree murder into a life without parole eligible case. So for 3 of the counts, the sentence is life without parole consecutive, so 3 times. The other counts were not aggravated. They did not have a special circumstance. They were murder in the first degree. Those are 25 to life counts. There are 4 of them, and those are consecutive. So when you hear the difference in the counts, that's why, because that multiple murder aggravator applies to the period of time they could connect. Remember, we are talking about murders that occurred from 1993 through 2010, with an arrest not happening until 2023. And now this plea deal, somewhat unexpected, in 2026. We have also heard from the district attorney of Suffolk County more than once that the plea agreement that there will be no further charges brought against this defendant relate to these 8 victims that were recognized in court during the guilty plea. If there are subsequent victims if there are subsequent victims linked to this defendant, it does not prevent them from being charged. The reality of that is that he has gotten multiple life sentences, or will get multiple life sentences in June. And there is not much more that can be done sentencing wise, but there is room for acknowledgement. He will also now have his DNA taken and put into the CODIS DNA system, which might also assist in solving any other cases. The district attorney also noted, after questioning by the media, that if other agencies had reached out and asked for information about this case, that can include DNA profiles, that they provided it to them. So there are other unsolved cases in Suffolk County that they are continuing to look at. But for these 8 victims, there will not be additional charges. They also clarified that this defendant will be working with or cooperating with the FBI's, the FBI's profiling unit. And in working with the BAU, the prosecutor said it's going to stick to the 4 corners of the plea deal with these 8 victims. It is not going to be investigation. It is not going to be looking into other cases. It is going to be more of a clinical, is the word the DA used, a clinical forensic evaluation of this defendant, which I think that he will be interested in getting to share how he did this and have people sit there with, rapt attention about how he works, what he does, how his mind works, how he planned the crimes, what he did. And I think that working with them is one of the things that I have not seen in a plea deal, but I think it is something that he is very much interested in, based on what we know of this case and this defendant and what we have seen. I've never seen that in a plea deal, but I'm interested to see what becomes of it, because there will be a lot more information in, probably in the public from that after he starts working with the FBI after his sentencing date again in June. I will be taking a look. I will cover the sentencing in June. We have not covered this case a lot. I was waiting to see if it was going to go to trial. But again, there were not going to be cameras in this courtroom when it went to trial, and it was going to be months, probably months and months and months of trial, which always makes it a little difficult to cover with no cameras in the courtroom. But the sentencing is set currently for June 17th, 2026. I will keep an eye on that. We are going to talk about the civil lawsuit in this case and more. So with that, as to those 8 victims, because he has pled guilty, because there is no appeal, because the sentencing is going to be life without parole, plus all, this case is, this prosecution is done. I don't think this case is necessarily done, because there are still other unsolved crimes that may or may not connect to this, but that may or may not connect to those who were copying this. One never knows. We will see. We will see what happens. So with that, Lawnards, thank you for being here today. I know that many of you have followed this case, again, much more closely than I have. I appreciate that. Mr. McCobb asked, did the judge let cameras back in after the pleading? Not that I saw anywhere. Robin, thank you so much for the gifted memberships and the 50 gifted memberships. I appreciate it so much. A lot of you have shared information about this case, and I appreciate it. We will, again, we have not gotten into every aspect of this case, but I did want to cover the plea. I did want to answer the questions that I could about why this is happening, what's going on, what the DNA means in this case. And the DNA in this case is a huge advancement in the way DNA is used that we will see in other cases. The fights over that DNA took extended amount of court time. And I think we saw a different type of press conference from the district attorney here, more of a recognition of the history of this case, the weight of this case for the victims' families, and what will happen moving forward. It was a grounded statement, much more than the normal kind of victory lap statements that we see. And I really appreciated that. It felt much more grounded, and it felt solemn in a way that was appropriate for this case and the history of this case. So I appreciated it. I'm glad we watched it together. Law Nerds, thank you yesterday for being patient. I know a lot of you knew this was going on yesterday and were like, why aren't we jumping into court? But I appreciated being able to just grab all of the things that happened after court and then be prepared for them today instead of trying to grab at them while we were streaming. And I really did want to cover everything that we covered yesterday. I was very ready to talk about everything that we covered yesterday. We have a lot of cases to catch up on. So make sure that you have the Law Nerd app, because there is still so much to do. For everyone who's been following this case more closely than I have, thank you for your patience with me. I know it is hard. It's like, well, Emily, and this. Thank you. I know, yes, there is so much information here. For those of you that are new to this case, I linked down below a link for the bail document. If you want to go look at it, it has a lot more details of this case. I cannot emphasize strongly enough that there is some horrific stuff in this case. So that is it is in this case. So that is there. I linked it down below. If you want to go read it, there are lots of podcasts, books, documentaries about this case if you want to know more about it. Sometimes it's a lot easier to go into a case knowing that it's resolved. I think that's one of the things that is hard for some about open cases and fascinating for some about open cases. For some, knowing it's resolved, it's easier to take a look at versus taking a look at the horrific nature of this case and knowing that somebody's still out there. So hopefully this plea gives that level of closure, knowing that the person responsible for these 8 murders is never going to see the outside of a prison cell again. And that bit of closure, I hope, helps the victims' families who tirelessly fought and advocated through decades of difficulty with this case. So with that, it might be easier to take a look, to go see. So, are you guys ready? I know we're going into the weekend. Take a deep breath. It's a heavy case. We do not cover a lot of cases that involve serial killers. It is a lot of a case. There was a lot of details there, but I will be covering the sentencing. I'm going to look at the civil case and see if we can shed some light and at least legal groundedness to what's going on in that civil case, because it is something that I think we're going to see a little bit more with surviving victim families looking at what other avenues they have civilly, as we saw in the Petito Laundry case, and seeing how the law is shifting is very interesting to me. And so I'm very interested in looking at that civil case and what the bases are, what the law says, and where we go from there. One of the other questions, just for all of those who popped in later, I guess there were 2 questions, and this will probably be in the case brief as well to help with the with New York. What did the defendant get out of this plea deal? Well, if he wants to talk to the FBI and have them study him about how he committed this crime and If he wants to talk about how he got away with this for so long, I imagine he perceives that as a benefit. The New York State does not have a death penalty, so that was not something that was taken off the table. There was no shortening of sentencing for him, but also the uncertainty of a trial, having to go to court every day and sit in court all day long and litigate all of this. Avoiding that is probably better for the families. And you can never really know why a defendant's like, okay, now it's been enough. But it might simply be, I don't want to sit in those miserable chairs in court for 5 months, or I don't want to get up at 3 a.m. to get to court, depending on how long it takes to transport, or I get better lunch if I'm in prison versus if I have to go to court every day and have a sandwich and an apple or whatever. You never know what the impetus behind it is, but the benefits that he received were that the 8th victim was not charged, and it's a known sentence, and the timing is known, and he got to be in control of that decision. Everybody was moving along towards trial, and then he got to say, no, I don't want to go to trial anymore. And a jury was not in charge of his fate. He was in charge of his fate. And that really might be what it boils down to, is that choosing to take a plea deal means that he got to make a choice versus a jury deciding for him and having members of the community deciding for him. And it might just boil down to that, because at the end of the day, the defense indicated that there was substantial evidence and very consequential DNA evidence in this case. So with that, Law Nerds, it's good to see you. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having discussions with me about cases in all of the realm of crime and pop culture and all the rest of it. I appreciate you. I know YouTube's been a little glitchy the last couple days. Hopefully that resolves over the weekend. And I will see you next week. Members, I will see you for a podcast. I will let you know in the member spaces when that will be. I have a lot more prep work to do, but I will keep you posted. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Have a good weekend. I will see you next week. Go get the app. Go get the app. How can we support EDB? Go get the app. Just lawnerdapp.com. And I will see you next week. Bye, guys. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.